Greetings and welcome to the Richard Dolan Show, where every week we fight the good fight. Glad to be here with you. You know, we've had a lot of news in the UFO UAP field over the last several years, and definitely over the last few weeks and months. It's exciting, it's interesting, it's controversial. No one can agree, it seems, on what it all means. Congressional hearings, is there going to be disclosure? Is it all one big op? That goes on and on. But I really do believe, particularly since I think the last week was a little slow in terms of news on this, sometimes just to take a step back and ask some fundamental big picture questions about this phenomenon. Because I notice these are generally not the kinds of questions that are being asked, not only in the widespread media culture and general culture at large, but really even among UFO researchers, UAP researchers. You don't really see them getting into some of these questions that I want to address, that I think we do not want to lose sight of. Before I do that, I just want to make one very quick announcement, which is that about a week ago, I was finally, belatedly, after so many years, able to release an audio book of a book that was always near and dear to my heart. That is UFOs for the 21st Century Mind. That's a book that I originally wrote about a decade ago, and a little less than 1 year ago, I wrote a very, very long extension to that book to kind of bring it up to date to cover the last decade or so of the fascinating UFO fields. It's become a much longer book as a result. And it was a book that it never existed in audio version, at least not in English. And so I finally did it, and it's in my voice. I'm the reader of the book. Went through a whole process of getting it ready and getting it out, and it is now out. And if that's something that you are interested in, I've got a link below in the description. You go check it out if audiobooks are something that you like to listen to. And that book in particular, I actually wrote that book when I did as my best attempt to do a single volume, one-stop shopping, as it were, for the UFO subject in general. And that was what I strove to do. And you can take a look at it and see if I succeeded or not. But anyway, that's an audio version. It is in my voice, and I have the link below. So that's all I've got to say on that. Now, what I wanted to discuss for the theme of this presentation is essentially, why are they here? That is, why are aliens or extraterrestrials, if you think that's what they are, or maybe interdimensional entities, whatever you think they are, if you believe that there's a high level of intelligence behind the UFO or UAP phenomenon that does not belong to our civilization, and there are many such people who do believe that, then we want to ask, at least at some point, not only who they are, but why are they here? What is the purpose of this? Particularly when it does seem to me that a lot of their presence is, if not 100% covert, it's mostly covert. There's not a lot of overt attempts, seems to me, for them to be communicating with us. There are claims, of course, many of them from individuals who have claimed to have communications with these other beings. Some of them seem sincere. Some of them you really have to wonder. But I just think it's a good idea for us to ask, as logically as we can, why it looks like they, if there's a group of them, a lot of them, are here now. Why? And so that's the basic thing that I want to be getting into. Now, there's a series of questions to ask about that, and starting with this one here. How long have they really been here? How long have aliens, if we want to say aliens, have really been here? You often hear this reflexive answer from all kinds of folks, from people who are just getting started in UFOs, to people who have been around doing this for a long time. And the reflexive answer is, oh, well, they've always been here. They've always been here. And they've been here forever. And I'm just going to say, I think that is definitely not good enough of an answer. In fact, I've come to think it's kind of a lazy answer. Who's the they that we're talking about? Do we really know for sure that they, whoever they've been, have been here forever? Is it the same group 1,000 years ago that's here now? Gray aliens abducting people, if you believe that. Are they the ones who've been here for 1,000 years or 5,000 years or more? There's not a whole lot of discussion on this. There's certainly not a lot of deep discussion on it as well. And I think it's something that we really want to get a handle on, because it makes a huge difference if a group has been here for 100 years or 1,000 years. Huge difference in how we might interpret their motivations and their long-term goals. If they've been here for 10,000 years, well, that's a huge, very big difference, as opposed to the fact that they've just gotten here and they're, checking out Earth and checking out humanity and all of that. Very, very different. And it seems to me, when you're talking about a subject that is this important, and I have always felt that the UFO subject is probably the single most important subject that we have in this world. It is certainly the single most important subject that is almost never discussed in our society. It's really incredible when you think, because there's such a widespread belief among the public around the world that there's probably something to this UFO phenomenon. Not everyone believes that, but many people do believe that. And yet, for all that, you would think that there would be a much more concerted effort to try to find out, well, if this is real, what are these other beings doing? And to figure out what they're doing, we absolutely want to know, how long have they really been here? So much hinges on a proper understanding of an answer to that. I'm going to come back to that in just a second. But another question that you want to ask, it seems to me, is it one group only that's always been here? Or is it more than one group? Is it many groups? If it's not just one group, can we, or how can we, tell them apart? This is just another basic question you want to ask. I mean, you can make your determination. I mean, ultimately, at this point, we're doing educated guesses. You can make a judgment based on the alleged physical appearance of these other entities, or on their behavior. What are they doing? We can make essential generalizations here. If you go back to contact claims, going back many centuries, most of those contact claims, none of them talk about spaceships and people from other planets. They don't get into that at all. But they will talk about usually human-looking beings that have some sort of high level of capability, godlike capability, this type of thing. Not always exactly human-looking, but generally speaking, they are. How seriously do you take these stories? Do we take these stories? That's a whole other question. The ancient literature, and this is really what I want to discuss here now. What does a historical review of the UFO subject really tell us? What does ancient literature really tell us? Now, there are indeed a number of very good and interesting stories of what we might call UFO sightings going back through the past. I've talked a number of times about the book Wonders in the Sky by Jacques Vallée and Chris Aubeck. I think that's a very fine book, very fine collection of ancient UFO sightings. Some of those, when I read them, I think this is actually kind of interesting. Others, I think, are definitely not UFO or UAP sightings. The cultures where you get the really good, interesting stories from ancient times are basically Europe, China, and Japan, mostly. And the reason is those were literate societies. There was writing there. Oddly, you don't get many stories from the Near East, what we now call the Middle East, even though that was a very literate society. You got to wonder why not. Not sure why not. Europe, yes, from England all the way through into Central Eastern Europe, even into Russia, you get a fair number of UFO accounts throughout the centuries of the pre-scientific era. Same with China, and the same with Japan. Not a lot in the Near East. I'd like to know why. If you have any ideas, I'd love to see your comment below. I will read it. But in any case, those are the areas where you get a lot of these sightings recorded. And most of those sightings do not involve beings connected to what we might call the UFOs. So there'll be an interesting sighting in the sky, a portent, as people will have called it, or something, a sign from the gods or from God, is how those were typically interpreted. And usually it's one or the other. So it's either like a sign in the sky, what we might call a UFO, or someone will say, I encountered a being of some sort. I was taken someplace. You don't usually get the two of those together. So it's not like someone will stumble across a landed craft, for example, and say, oh, yeah, and there's little beings associated with it. No, you don't get that. You get sightings and you get alleged encounters with entities, but usually not together. And the one thing I think it's very, very important, critically important for us to emphasize with most of these ancient sightings is that ancient world is not as reliable in the accuracy and trustworthiness of these reports. And it just has to be said. I'm sorry to have to say this, but it's the fact. When you look at ancient accounts of almost anything, one of the things that when you read ancient literature, you go back, whether it's UFO related or not, doesn't really matter. You will find that by our standards of today, of the 21st century, the fact is that ancient people were, as a rule, almost unbelievably superstitious as we would interpret it. We would actually, I think most people would be blown away by just how superstitious we would consider these earlier cultures. Superstitious isn't a word that you really hear thrown around that much these days, but I would bet a lot of money that if any one of us went back in time 500 years or more and listened to how people thought and reasoned out certain things, we would think, wow, that's very superstitious indeed. And that doesn't mean that they were less intelligent than we are. In many ways, they were, I think, had more on the ball than we do today. But in other ways, the reasoning, what we would call critical thinking skills, would not be up to snuff for the most part in our world of today. And I'll just give you one example. When you look at a lot of these ancient sightings, probably one of the most famous ones is this one I've got on the screen here for you. This is Nuremberg, Germany, I think it was April 14th, 1561. And this is a woodcut from what was called broadsheets back in those days, really the earliest forms of newspapers, basically. And this one, of course, I think if you've studied the UFO subject for any length of time, you've probably seen this image before. It's very famous. It's very frequently used as an argument for the existence of ancient UFO sightings, ancient aliens, and the like. And I'm just going to suggest to you, and I don't want to, dunk on poor Hans Glaser, who is the author of that woodcut, but the fact is, it's not as strong as people think. It's often used for evidence of this, and like so many other ancient stories, these are always taken completely out of historical context and out of the social and religious and political context that existed at that time. You go back to Nuremberg in 1561, just as an example. This is a period of unbelievable religious and political upheaval. This is the era of the Protestant Reformation. This is a time when the authority of the Catholic Church was being challenged all across Europe, leading to the formation of various Protestant sects. And Nuremberg was in what was then called the Holy Roman Empire, was at the heart of a lot of these transformations. In fact, Nuremberg was one of the first German cities to embrace the Protestant Reformation. I think as early as the mid-1520s, it had adopted Lutheranism as its religion very early on. So it was a rapid shift from Catholicism to Protestantism. And that wasn't just a religious change. That was a social, that was a political change. To adopt this new religion represented a rejection of the authority of the Pope. That's a very huge thing. And of what the Holy Roman Emperor, it was a big wheel back in that society. So this led to a lot of friction, as you might imagine. And not only that, there were conflicts between different Protestant sects going on at the time, and then a tremendous amount of tension between the Protestant groups and the still Catholic areas that were all around. And so you've got that going on. That's significant. In 1561, Nuremberg was basically, it was a free imperial city within the Holy Roman Empire, which meant it was subordinate to the emperor, but it had a certain level of autonomy. And it was governed by a council of wealthy merchants and nobles and the like. They had to keep law and order, but they had to manage the economy, and they had to navigate a very complex religious landscape. There were Protestants around there. There were still Catholics around there. They had to keep the emperor from getting too mad. There had been fighting over previous decades. There was always the threat of more political upheaval. This was a city on the edge. Nuremberg in 1561, this city here where this event was apparently described, I'm going to show you the text of this, was a city on the edge on a lot of levels. And so I'm not going to read this whole thing, but you can screenshot this, or you can pause here and read this when you get a chance. I took the liberty of bolding a few of the statements just to point out how explicitly religious this whole thing was interpreted. And I will point out there are some serious factual problems with the text that went along with that image. Essentially, Hans Glaser writes on the morning of April 14th, 1561, he says, at daybreak between 4 and 5 a.m. Now, first of all, I read that and I'm thinking, daybreak before 5 a.m. in Germany in April of the 1560s? Is that even possible? And the answer is no, absolutely not. There is, even when you're accounting for the different calendars, you got a Julian calendar they later went to the Gregorian calendar. Okay, fine, all of these differences, but you're in April in Germany, in Nuremberg, in any era, and you're not going to have sunrise anytime before 5:30 in the morning. I looked into this. As far as I could tell, just not going to happen. The earliest sunrise is going to be in mid-June, and even that is going to be after 5 a.m., no matter what century it is. So, the best estimate for sunrise in Nuremberg at around in April of back then, probably close to 6 o'clock in the morning. You could maybe expect that. That's an educated guess, but there you go. Not between 4 and 5 a.m. And then he goes on and he says, this was seen by many men and women. Really? Between 4 and 5 a.m.? Many men and women. And so I'm a little skeptical of that. I'm not saying people wouldn't get up early in the morning, but that many? And here's that picture. Just look how high up that sun is depicted. That's going to be between 4 and 5 a.m. If the sun is just rising, it's not going to be that high in the sky. So I think what we can assume is that we're not talking about something that's literally factually true. Throughout the text, he's talking about the color of blood over and over again. Why would that be? Well, I think that's pretty evident. This is bloodshed. This is, and he talks about fighting and a battle going on in the sky. Why? He talks about a black spear and blood red crosses. Crosses, obviously, religious symbolism, Christians fighting other Christians, which was going on throughout Europe at that very time and threatened to return to Nuremberg at that very time. It didn't in 1561, but there was fighting very close by. It was a very tense time. So anyway, we don't need to focus on this for the rest of the program here, but I just, I'm encouraging you to look at this in the context of a social and political history and reality that was going on around there. And that's something that you don't really see in UFO research. We don't really tend to do this very much, particularly when we look at these ancient sightings. We almost never really try to look at them in a social and political context. Why does this matter? I'm not here to debunk every single ancient UFO sighting. In fact, I wouldn't want to. I don't think it's realistic to debunk all of the ancient sightings. Some of them really do strike me as interesting and intriguing. But What we don't want to do, what we absolutely do not want to do, is just blindly accept everything because, oh, well, I'm a UFO believer, therefore I've got to believe in all the UFO cases. It's not a good way to go. What we want is accurate data so that we can form an accurate, or at least a hopefully accurate assessment of what we think we're dealing with, right? And you can't do that if you just say, oh yeah, well, they've been here forever. Who's the they? Forever? Really? Well, I think when you really consider it carefully, it's easy to find some real problems with that type of attitude. So what we want is data. We want information. We want to get as much accuracy as we can before we start drawing general conclusions about what they're all about. Because again, to determine the motives or the possible or probable motives of visitors, whether they are extraterrestrial or from some other dimension or from wherever, whatever you want to think, time travelers, whatever your theory is, you want to get a handle on how long they've been here. That's one basic fact. So, and then, of course, to differentiate between, is there anything different between the ancient phenomenon and what we are experiencing today? And I think the answer to that is yes. I think there's fundamental changes between then and now. So let me move on to some other questions here. In fact, that gets to this question. When did UAP start appearing in truly significant numbers? If we talk about an ancient phenomenon, which, okay, fine, I think that's fair enough. But when you go through the accounts, you find usually massive gaps of many, many years between recorded sightings. And of those recorded sightings, some of them are okay, some of them are interesting, some, in my view, are not particularly compelling, some are, or at least some seem to be. But you're talking about many, many years in between. Now, there's a couple of reasons for that. One simple one, obviously, is there was much less literacy, much less of an ability for human beings to record the sightings that existed back then. Yes, absolutely. I think we can agree there. Nevertheless, you compare the number of sightings we have in the world today, we're talking many, many thousands every year. And then you compare with what we have from the ancient world, and you'll get like one sighting every 10 years or less or more or whatever, but it's a totally different orders of magnitude. So does that mean that there were fewer sightings back then? Well, actually, I think, yes, it does. I think it does mean that to a large extent, there were fewer sightings back then. Doesn't mean that none of them were valid, again, but in terms of the quantity, it seems to me when I review the history of this, there are a couple of periods where you see a qualitative jump in sightings. And the first period, to my observation, is the late 18th, early 19th century. So like the early 1800s, you could say, where you start to, or one looking into this would start to see more what we would call UFO sightings that actually look pretty interesting and that seem technological, that seem mechanical. Now, there's a lot of arguments you could try to make against them. And an obvious one is, well, if you're interpreting these sociologically, you could say people are seeing what they're looking for. And that's a fair criticism to put forward. But as I say, the devil's in the details. My attitude is I want to look at these reports as meticulously and carefully as I can and ask myself, is it likely that this is an interpretation of a natural phenomena in mechanistic terms? And in many of these cases, I have to say no. They're describing these explicitly in mechanical terms, and I just can't see that there's a naturalistic explanation for some of these. So you start getting more and more of those types of reports or stories starting in the late 18th and early 19th century, and a fairly steady amount in the 19th century. Not a huge number, but definitely more than what we have seen in prior years. That's interesting. And we'll come back to why I think that is the case. And then the other really major leap in quantity was during the 1940s, during the Second World War and immediately after, where this phenomenon absolutely just exploded in the quantity of reported sightings. I mean, to such an extent where I have to assume, and I have assumed for many years, that this is not just a cultural, social thing. This is real. I mean, after all, think about just a few decades earlier in world society, the 1910s and 1920s, as opposed to the 1940s. Society in the 1920s was quite sophisticated. People were very smart. People were outside. They were all looking at the skies just as much as people in the 1940s, if not more. And yet there wasn't this cultural phenomenon of aerial objects that people were just seeing all the time. There were alleged airship sightings in various places. And my opinion of a lot of those is, just like with the broadsheets of the 16th century, you cannot always rely on them. You have to keep in mind, a lot of those early newspapers were built on profit motive, whether in the 1500s or in the 1800s, early 1900s, and they were not always reliable, and that is the fact. The high standards, if we want to believe it, of modern journalism, at least the pretense to objectivity, wasn't really embedded in the culture of selling newspapers in earlier years. And so you got to be careful. A lot of those airship sightings of 1896, 97, I think are totally spurious. And I think some of the later ones are equally spurious. That's my opinion, looking them over. But again, that doesn't mean that there are not some genuinely good UFO sightings from the 18th, 19th century and early 20th century. I am convinced there are. And so you've got to sift through. But definitely there was not a major upsurge of sightings in the 1920s the way you get in the 1940s. Something very significant happened during the 40s. So the question is, when, as I ask here, when did they start appearing in larger numbers? Again, you get a couple of periods where there's a leap in the numbers of sightings. So I'm going to get to my speculative answer to that in just a moment. But before I do that, there's one other question that I want to ask, which is this one right here. Do we have any ideas about where they come from? Are there any clues that people have gotten as to where these beings, if that's what they are, who are operating these objects, these craft, where they're from? And I would say we don't really have a whole lot of consistency in that answer. There's different candidates that have come forward. You've got the famous Betty and Barney Hill abduction case from way back in 1961, where they talked about Zeta Reticuli, a star system that is where these entities that abducted them supposedly came from. Maybe that is true. Maybe that's not true. I don't really know. There are claims from various abductees and contactees over many years of these beings having come from this star system or that star system, and that maybe that is the case, maybe that isn't the case. We don't really have, in my view, a particularly clear idea of exactly where these beings come from. If they are indeed extraterrestrial, I still tend to think that the extraterrestrial hypothesis is stronger than most of the others I can think of, but there are strangeness. There's strange things associated with some of these sightings that do make you wonder, is it straight extraterrestrial, or are they playing games with space and time in some way that we don't understand? And I definitely leave that open. I don't have a scientific explanation for it, but there is definitely reason to think that there's some other things going on here. So that leads to the real question of, are we just dealing with a big coincidence? And let me explain what I mean by that. We are, as a society, as a civilization, as a species, going through a transformation that is something I think we all kind of know, we all understand, like right now we're in this AI revolution, we're in a tech revolution in general, we see it all around us. I am convinced that for the most part, we do not really appreciate just how radical, just how revolutionary this transformation is, how it is changing us in at the most fundamental level of a civilization and indeed as a species itself. We are, of course, moving into, I think what most of us will agree is a transhumanist revolution. It's a world that has involved almost a complete digitization of our world, of data generation, data control, to an extent that was unimaginable even one generation ago, let alone 2, 3, 4 generations ago. It was incomprehensible. It's a very short space of time where we have created this comprehensive system of digital data that we use literally to operate the entire world under a increasingly centralized system of managers, global managers, who are taking it upon themselves to manage the global population in all kinds of ways in tighter and tighter regulations, and leading ultimately to a form of transhumanism, which I'm going to have to come back to that, but I think that we are moving way faster toward a transhumanist future than even we have suspected. I think we're looking at some very, very dramatic changes starting now, and I think moving forward that are just going to shock us if any of us who are around in a few decades. So in a sense, we are, this revolution that we're living in, this technological revolution, is turning us into them. In a sense, it's turning the human race, the human species, into not just transhuman, but something that's going to be much, much closer to how, I think anyway, these other beings exist. Things like a hive mind, for example. You go into abductee accounts all the time, and they'll talk about how these beings seem to be all interconnected in some kind of telepathic manner. Well, when you really look at our society, you can almost see that happening, not on the level of telepathy, but on the level of instant communication, digital communication, something that would seem like telepathy to earlier generations of humanity. Actually, we are doing a level of coordination, of centralized control that I've sometimes ruefully described as turning us into a human anthill, but essentially that's really what you can see happening. And that, in my view, is making us more, not less, but more like any of these visiting alien species that are here. And I do think that there are more than one that are here. I happen to think that we are probably right now the most interesting story in this quadrant of the galaxy right now because of this transformation we're going through. Are we the most interesting thing in the universe right now? Probably not. But are we interesting in general? Oh, I would say we are definitely very interesting in the context of at least this galaxy where we are right now. And as a result, I do think that anyone who is able to observe and maybe monitor, and if they're lucky, control what we're doing, yes, they will want to do that. So I don't think it's a coincidence that this revolution we are going through right now just happens to be occurring at the same time that we are seeing a massive influx of greater and greater amounts of UFO sightings, UAP sightings around the world, starting really picking up in the late 18th, early 19th century. Why would that be? That was when human civilization really started to go on the fast track in terms of technological development. You go back, I wonder if I saved a slide here. Yes, I did. So very simple visual. On your left is a picture of a typical agricultural community. This could be anywhere from 1,000 years ago to even 300 years ago. That scene on the left is one that would have been very widespread. And in the space of just a couple of hundred years, let's say 300 years, 300 years ago would be 1720s. Yeah, you could have seen that scene easily in the 1720s. You could have seen that scene, frankly, in many places in the 1820s. But let's go back to the 1720s. That's 300 years ago. That would be 12 generations or so, about 4 generations per century. So 12 generations. That's not a long period of time, guys. That's a short period of time. If that were rats, 12 generations would be something like 3 or maybe 4 years at the most. And so human beings, 10 to 12 generations, we go from one very relatively primitive manner of living to however we are able to characterize this world of today, a world of, again, strong AI, advanced nanotech, soon to be, if not already existing, quantum computing in one way or another. I mean, something so radically advanced. Do we even really understand it? Truly. A world of, we're talking about brain-computer interfaces, a world where, well, I mean, just fill in the blank. We are able to do so many unbelievable, seemingly magical things compared with just a few generations ago. So that is an incredible transformation. It's not just a gradual linear transformation, not at all. This is a massive leap into something so different, so radical, that I have believed for quite some time is more or less going to put us on a comparable level to that of many other advanced extraterrestrial or alien civilizations. Does it mean that we're going to surpass them in the immediate future? Probably not. But does it mean that we are putting ourselves onto another level? This isn't just a gradual thing. Another level that is more or less roughly equivalent to where these other beings are. And I think the answer to that is yes. And I think they are probably aware of this. Because again, progress like this does not occur in gradual incremental terms. It does do that for a while, but then you see leaps. And this is a leap when you take a few steps back in the historical perspective, you can see a massive leap happening over the last few centuries. And most of us don't really think about the history. We don't really think of this as a short period of time. We think, oh my God, a couple of 100 years, that's a long time. It's actually not. It's actually not a long period of time. It's a very short period of time in the grand scheme of things. It's basically the snap of a cosmic finger, if you really want to get down to it. It's short. It's a few generations. And it's happening because we human beings, a few hundred years ago, discovered the true fire of Prometheus, which is science. We discovered science, and that is the key. That is unlocking many of the mysteries of power that will accrue to our species as a result of that. That's what it's all about. And that leads me to this next question. What this revolution will do to us. It's, well, I kind of was really talking about it in the sense of essentially turning us into them, digitizing our world. But ultimately what it's going to do is provide a vastly greater amount of collective power to our species. Will the coming AI transformation empower all people equally? Sure, it will not. Will it disempower some people vis-a-vis the state and the centralized power that exists in our world? Very likely. It could easily disempower a lot of people. It could disempower most people. If you're talking about AI being used by central governments, for example, to propagandize and get inside your head and control your thinking, that's an easy thing to see. So the revolutions, the technological revolutions we are seeing will in many ways, obviously, I am sure, make our lives seem easier on some levels. I have very little doubt that's the case, but they will exert a level of control over us that I think many people are probably not excited about, me being one of them. I'm not particularly excited about that prospect. I'm sure you may not be as well. It's a very good chance. But that's actually, in the long run, that's kind of irrelevant. The reason that this revolution is going to continue is because it is massively increasing the collective power of our species. And if it does that, I'm telling you right now, it's just going to keep going. the technological revolution, the organization of data, the data management, data control, data manipulation makes us powerful as a species. More powerful weapons, greater ability to communicate across the globe, greater ability to explore beyond our planet, and all of these things adds to the power, the collective power of the human species. So that is an absolutely key thing as far as what this is going to do for us. Now, how will that massive transformation of our society line up with the desires of visiting beings? Do they like this transformation or do they not like this transformation? Because the other question you can ask is, how may it not line up with their desires? And this is a tough one to answer. You could hypothesize, and many people do, that if these beings want humanity somehow to be part of their broader society, some galactic federation, as some people talk about, or whatever, they want to bring us up to a higher level, have humanity be less violent, for example. Good luck with that. But that's one of the major goals. We need to become less violent so that we can peacefully work within the greater galactic community. Perhaps they might support this transformation as a result. That would certainly promise to rationalize the doings of our society and our civilization, make it much more bureaucratic, make it much more controlled, potentially less violent among ourselves. I mean, after all, everything's going to be minority reported, predictive programming, surveilled. Crime indeed could be a much more difficult thing to deal with in future society just because of all the surveillance that you can imagine. Will that result in the reduction of human on human violence? It might. Who really knows? I can't know for sure. I have a feeling violence will be a very tough thing to eradicate out of human DNA, personally, but that's just my opinion. But it could be that other visiting beings would support this massive global transformation that we are seeing right now, so that it would be in line with their desires for us. Again, the whole process seems to be making the human species potentially more like these other species that may be here in certain ways. It's not that difficult to see that. There's a couple of reasons, or at least one big one, why a visiting alien species may not be happy with this global transformation. I mean, I was just saying, I think the technologies we're developing are making our society collectively, vastly more powerful than we could ever have imagined in prior eras. Even a mere century ago, in like the 1920s, 1930s, we are so far beyond in weaponry, in communication, in, again, data. It all comes down to data. So vastly beyond where our grandparents and great-grandparents were during their lifetime. It's not even comparable. And so as a result, our species collectively is developing vastly greater abilities to throw our own weight around, maybe on our planet and maybe beyond the planet. Is that something that other species are happy about? You really have to ask. And if they're not happy about it, would they have an agenda here to deal with that as a safety measure, as a precaution for themselves? Well, I don't pretend that I have the answer to this, but it seems to me that it's a reasonable question to be asking. These are, as you can see, I'm asking a fair amount of speculative questions. Yes, I admit that. But I think we need to be asking some of these speculative questions. We need to be thinking big picture here rather than, fixating constantly. What are the congressional hearings going to be doing? Well, those are important too. If there are more congressional hearings, looks like there probably will be. Good chance. But I'm sure you can see it's very easy for us to get fixated on these little details that are right in front of our face instead of stepping back and asking, what in what is actually going on? And these types of questions simply don't really come up in our community very much. The very basic ones. Who are they? Who are we dealing with? Why are they here? What are they doing? What is going on? When you see a UFO or a UAP going from one part of the sky to another, what is actually happening there? We need to be thinking about this, asking ourselves. I'm doing an extensive amount of study these days on USOs, that is unidentified submersible objects, going comprehensively through the history of that phenomenon. I'm going to be having a lot more to say about that in the coming weeks and months. By the way, I'm saying a lot about that already on my website, richarddolanmembers.com. By all means, go check it out if you want. But I'll be having a lot more to say here on YouTube, and also in forthcoming publications on this. But when I look through the history of these USOs, they're utterly fascinating. They're absolutely incredibly fascinating. And you have to ask, what are they doing in the, in the Caribbean Sea, where they're often seen, north of Puerto Rico in the Puerto Rican Trench, which is an incredible area of sightings, or off the coast of California, almost up and down the coast, to be quite honest. There's so many sightings there. Or historically in places like the South China Sea, or in the Pacific Ocean, or east of the coast of Japan, where there seems to be quite a lot of them. Like, there's hotspots in the Mediterranean Sea, quite a few. What are those craft doing when they are seen entering or exiting water, which they are seen doing? This is important. You want to ask these questions. Do they have bases down there? Do they have an infrastructure? Well, very possibly they may. And it certainly does look to me that there is a long-standing presence and a heck of a lot of activity going on that is important to these other beings, whoever they are, whatever they are. So these are the kinds of questions that I'm personally interested when I look at the UFO phenomenon. I don't want simply to quantify the sightings and list them and say, well, this one happened here and this one happened there and this one happened there. We want to know that. We want to know the data, but we really want to be asking fundamental questions. Why are these beings so covert in their actions? They certainly appear to be very covert. Yes, there are times when people will say, oh, they communicated with me. I received a download, or I received telepathic communication. But I mean, by and large, I think we have to recognize, with all of the activity that we note, it certainly appears that these beings are absolutely operating on the down low as much as possible. Again, one of the types of UFO sightings that interests me the most, I mean, there are many types, but one are those dead of night sightings that people report in totally residential neighborhoods across a huge geographical area, where they will say 2:30 in the morning, 3:30 in the morning, they saw a low hovering object just a few hundred feet over the neighborhood, over their next door neighbor's house, or their neighbor across the street, or their own house. What's that? What are these objects going to be doing at 3 in the morning over your neighborhood at an altitude of 200 feet? That's low. Why are they there? These are questions that, again, I'm not hearing a lot of discussion about, and I think they're important. We want to be attacking this problem with as much accurate data as we can, so that we can formulate realistic and hopefully accurate hypotheses about what's going on, because we've got to recognize this is important. You've got a situation where highly advanced, extremely advanced, and presumably very intelligent others. Are they aliens? Well, they're not us. I don't think they're us. They are here. They are interacting with us. People are experiencing this typically alone, typically isolated, typically not talking about this with many other people. You have such an extraordinary experience like that. Who do you talk to about it? It's very difficult. maybe a little easier now, but a lot of these experiences are still very tough for people to broach, even with friends and family members. And so what happens? We as a species are dealing with this unbelievably advanced technological presence that has intention, motivation, infrastructure, probably objectives and goals, all of that. And we're dealing with them in the worst possible way, isolated and not asking the right questions. And that is a problem, my friends. We don't want to continue like that. We need to be grabbing this bull by the horns and looking at it in a fundamental, philosophical, scientific way where we are developing viable hypotheses that, sure, are not always going to be based on all the data that we want to collect. This is a tough phenomenon. The UAP, the UFO phenomenon, doesn't make itself easy for us. So that's our problem, but we have to deal with it. You got to play the cards you're dealt. And so we want to get as much data as we can, formulate the best hypotheses that we can, so that we can actually have intelligent, society-wide discussions about this. That's my message for today. Hope it made sense for you. I'm very glad that I get the opportunity to speak with those of you who are interested in this most fascinating subject of UAP, of UFOs. It's extremely important. It has been ridiculed and pressed to the fringe for so many years. Fortunately, it's not subject to the same level of ridicule that it used to be, but we are still at the point of taking the tiniest of baby steps toward a genuinely adult level of conversation about this subject. And we've got a long way to go, guys. Long way to go with that. But we are slowly, I hope, moving forward. We need to be asking better questions. Well, that's all I've got for you today. If you do like what I've done here, hey, like the video, you know what to do. Share, subscribe to my channel. You get your notifications. It does help me out, and I'm very grateful for that. It doesn't cost you anything. If you really want to support what I do, by all means, do check out my website, which is richarddolanmembers.com. A lot of what's on there is totally free to the public. You can just go browse through it. I've got a lot of material in there. If you want to support me as a member of that site, you get much, much, much more information there. I post members only content there multiple times every week. Keeps me busy. And that's that. Again, I want to thank you for being here. Again, if you like audiobooks, check out my last published audiobook. It's the My Reading of UFOs for the 21st Century Mind. I'll have a link for that below as well. And that's all I got for you. Thank you very much for being here. I will be back again soon. Meanwhile, let's always keep fighting the good fight. Later.
100 for your tickets. Bob, take it away.
Yeah, Mark, I was just going to invite you to tell us about any more of the experiences you've had, maybe in the early days when you were trying to learn how to do CE5, something you might want to share.
Yeah, well, I think it might be useful for people to hear and kind of see some pictures as I tell this story.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, great.
Let me do that. I'm going to share my screen again, and I have this presentation that's very useful for kind of illustrating where I was when this took place and where I had this face-to-face contact experience. So this is, part of this presentation. So it was back in 2012 that I flew from Detroit to San Diego. So it's important for people to remember that I was from Detroit, from the Midwest. I now live in California. I moved here 4 years ago now. And, but when I came to California in 2012, it was to attend this 6-day event in Borrego Springs, California, that Dr. Greer had organized. And I stayed at a hotel called the Palms at Indian Head Hotel. And this is a picture of the hotel. And that is the room where I had my contact experience with Tezjbar. And so that's where my life changed the night of, or the early morning rather, of November 16th, 2012. And just to give everyone kind of a perspective of this hotel location versus the other points related to this event, that first circle here, let me go back. This circle is the Palms of Indian Head Hotel, and this was the house that Greer rented. It was an Airbnb where we would gather every day in the afternoon and have discussions before we would go out at night as a group and meditate. And this was the fieldwork site. So all these places were within a quarter of a mile to a half a mile from each other. So easily walking distance, but at night we jumped in about 8 or 9 different cars. There were 25 of us, and we would drive into the desert to the fieldwork site where we would set up our chairs. And this is the object that we saw on the 5th night of our gathering. And then this is the drawing of Tezjbar, and I showed you the book cover earlier of this being that appeared at the end of my bed and merged with my body. And he called this a state of communion. So for those of you who may not be aware, there are 2 definitions for communion. There's the one that most people are aware of, which is the one from Catholicism, which means the Eucharist. But the other meaning is the sharing of feelings and emotions between 2 or more people. And that was what we were having, was this intimate experience where his body, his energy body, what he called a celestial body, because he was a celestial being, had merged and was inside of my body. And it was like there were 2 of us cohabiting my physical body. It was really quite extraordinary experience. And we stayed in this state of communion over a 13-day period before he left me. And during this 13 days, I was able to ask him any question I wished. And what I learned over this 13-day period absolutely transformed me, because not only was I learning things in answers to the questions I had about him and about who he was and where he was from, but I was also having these experiences that he was facilitating by the fact that he was in communion with me. So for instance, I was taken out of my body. That for an atheist, which is another detail that I haven't mentioned on the show tonight, is that I was a devout atheist. I was a hardcore atheist back then. And I was absolutely convinced that there was no God and that our consciousness was a consequence of the physical body and the biochemistry taking place within the brain and in the nervous system, and that gave rise to human consciousness. And once the physical body ceased to exist or ceased to continue living, that our consciousness would come to an end, and that was the end of the experience of being alive. But what I learned from Tezjbar through these different experiences is that we are much more than our physical body. And so, for instance, he explained that when we die, that we are to be reincarnated, and we go through many, many lifetimes until we reach some level of what you might call a graduation or the ascension, and that there are these requirements associated with this ascension that are, if not met, mean that you're going to be reincarnated. And so through this modus operandi of reincarnation and the mechanisms of karma, we evolve consciously into these ever higher levels of spiritual development. And it's only through mastering unconditional love, he claimed, that we ascend. And so I asked him, well, what is unconditional love by your definition, and how does one go about mastering it? And he said, that's for you to decide, or that's for you to learn on your own. So I gave a public talk on the 1-year anniversary of my meeting Tezjbar in Borrego Springs, California. I went back a year later, And I invited some of my friends from Michigan, along with some of the people I had met at the Greer event a year before. And I gave my first public presentation of this experience I had and the learning of something called the Universal Consciousness Development Chart. And this was the result of this 13-day experience. This was really the magnus opus of this intense interview that I had with Tezjbar. And what it ultimately shows is this progression of consciousness through these 15 stages, major stages, of which we are at an early stage, just the 5th stage of consciousness. And it also presents a model of how reality works and the many dimensions of reality, of which our 4-dimensional space-time experience is but a subset. And so here you have, in the yellow area, you have the 15 stages of conscious evolution of the individual, what begins in the animal kingdom in stage 1 in the lower left-hand corner. So if you see that picture of the fly, according to Tezjbar, that's where this process begins in the animal kingdom, for individuated consciousness to begin its journey through these 15 stages. So stage 1 is the arthropods, the simplest life forms with a brain or the ganglions of neurons that are connected with synapses that make up the very simple brain that you would find in something like a fruit fly and other small arthropods. And after thousands upon thousands of lifetimes, he explained to me, this conscious being, this astral body that is the very infant insect in the stage 1 level, then advances to the 2nd stage, which is the animal families represented by amphibians, reptiles, and fish. And through thousands upon lifetimes there, the soul, the developing soul of that animal continues into stage 3, which is represented by birds and waterfowl. Stage 4 is mammals and marsupials. And stage 5 then is the human stage of consciousness. And he explained to me that the human consciousness, the human kingdom of consciousness must be first entered through the animal kingdom. And this is how this process, according to Tezjbar, it begins, and how we get to the human stage, but that we have these additional stages that we go through. And so according to Tezjbar, you have these 15 stages. Now, you'll notice that I have 3 rows identified here. At the bottom, we have what's called the physical realm. This is the realm that we exist in, with the physical experience. Above that, you have the astral realm, and then the 3rd realm of creation that he explained to me is the celestial or etheric realm. And each one of these has a full complement of 5 dimensions of consciousness. Now, these are not to be confused with the stages themselves. For instance, he explained to me that the 5 dimensions of consciousness in the physical realm correlate directly with the 5 physical senses, but that we have these latent or dormant dimensions of consciousness, many of us, that are the higher dimensions of awareness or consciousness, like ESP, astral travel, remote viewing, telepathy. These are some of the higher dimensions of consciousness that many people of our human family have the ability to do, but most of us don't. And then on the green column are the dimensions of freedom. These are the 9 dimensions of freedom, 3 for each of these realms of creation. So we have in the physical realm the 3 spatial dimensions, but above that, as an astral being, you have the 3 physical spatial dimensions plus 3 astral dimensions of freedom. And so it's a 6-dimensional experience for a being at the astral level. And then a full complement of 9 dimensions of freedom at the celestial or etheric level. And then you have 2 dimensions of time. One is linear time and then imaginary time. And these are very different from one another. Linear time is the time that we experience in space-time in the physical realm, where time seems to go in one direction from the past into the future, where imaginary time is a dimension of time that Tezjbar explained to me that we access and take for granted with our minds by, for instance, when we plan a objective or a goal that we set for ourselves in the future, we're literally imagining a goal. We're manifesting this mentally in our minds, and we set forth the plans and the milestones for achieving that goal. But this is all done in imaginary time, and is our brain that's the processor of these dimensions of time, and that we increase the likelihood of realizing the reality or manifesting that reality by focusing our attention and our energy towards that future goal. And it's, again, the imaginary timeline that does this. And likewise, we can use the imaginary timeline to retrieve memories out of what he called the Akashic record and pull them into our brain. And when we do that, we're traversing the imaginary timeline. We're going back in time and we're pulling a memory and we're recalling that memory. And if the memory is sufficiently strong enough and emotional enough, you can begin having those emotions again and reliving that experience if it's strong enough. And this is the point he was making to me, that these dimensions, even though they're not physical dimensions, are very, very much part of this extra-dimensional or multi-dimensional aspect of reality. And if so that's kind of how this is organized. And if you add 15 plus 9 plus 1 plus 1, that adds up to 26. So while I was with Tezjbar, one of the things he encouraged me to study, among others, was string theory, superstring theory in particular, which is a collection of 8 different string theories. And string theory, as many people know, I'm sure Science Bob is very familiar with, is an attempt by astrophysicists to develop a unified theory explaining the nature of reality from a purely mathematical perspective. And what this field of study has done in part is being able to predict some of the elementary particles found in the standard model of elementary particles, these things that we call bosons and fermions and quarks and gluons and electrons. These are all examples of the elementary particles that make up the standard model of elementary particle physics. And so string theory has made a lot of progress in approaching this. And what these 8 string theories have in common are 2 primary things. One, that when you continue to drill down and subdivide matter or energy into ever smaller units or packets of information or energy, you get to a point where you can't subdivide any further. And what you're left with is a one-dimensional string, not literally a one-dimensional string, but conceptually a one-dimensional string that has imbued in it an amplitude or a level of energy and a frequency. Think of it as a string vibrating on a violin or a guitar, and that it's a persistent vibrating string. And this manifests based on what its vibratorial rate is, and the energy imbued or amplitude of that vibration will determine what that string will manifest into in terms of one of the elementary particles. That's where these theories get their name, string theory. The other thing, though, that they all predict is many more dimensions than the 4 dimensions that we know in in general relativity, namely space-time, which includes 3 dimensions of space and 1 dimension of time. So if you look in the orange column here, I've got each of the 8 string theories in superstring theory named, including bosonic open and closed. And next to that, you see the number of dimensions that each of these theories predict. Bosonic open and closed predict 26 dimensions. 5 of them below that predict 10, and then M theory predicts 11. Now, how is this? How could these different string theories come up with different numbers of predicted dimensions? And the reason, I believe, is because they're not accounting for all the dimensions. It's like looking at a multifaceted jewel from different perspectives and trying to count the number of facets. You're always going to have some hidden facets depending on what angle you're viewing the facets. So here you've got some string theories that account for all the dimensions of freedom, the 9 dimensions of freedom, and M theory, which predicts 11 dimensions, includes the 2 dimensions of time, where bosonic open and closed predict 26 dimensions, and here they are. And 15 of these dimensions are dimensions of consciousness, and these dimensions correlate directly to these dimensions I mentioned earlier, the 5 dimensions of our senses. These are inputs into our body that tell us about our immediate surroundings, how we hear and see the things around us and taste. These are all at the very root a electromagnetic phenomenon that when we press our fingers and touch something and feel the texture, that's the sense of touch. But what's really happening at a molecular level and even at a quantum level is that a force field between electrons that repel one another create a repelling force, and that is the sensation that we feel in something that's solid. It's really all empty space, but when you press against it, it's resisting your pressure, and you feel that through your fingertips. And so this is one of the dimensions of consciousness that, and this dimension of consciousness, of course, is only available if you have a physical body. So these higher dimensional beings, and Tezjbar being a celestial being was at that celestial level, explained to me that he cannot have a physical experience unless he communes with a physical being my body and me. And so he was just conveying to me how incredibly gifted and lucky we are to have a physical body and being able to have a physical experience, to see the beautiful the beauty of nature and of the sky and of the beautiful colors that are represented in the rainbow through our eyes. They do not have eyes to see, and so only by having permission, which I had given, will they take and cohabitate in the physical body. And this is part of this awakening that we're going through. This is just the beginning, that we are reaching out ultimately to not only extra dimensionals from other star systems that are physical like ourselves, but these higher dimensional beings that are there to help educate us and explain to us what the nature of reality is. And so this is something I'm writing about in a book, Tezjbar, and so this is something I hope to talk about.
Well, we'll do it again on another night, Mark. We appreciate you bringing in, making contact with Danny Sheehan, Science Bob. Thank you so much for your time. We got the Unbiased UFO Report with John Hudson coming up next. The News Wire, the Thought of the Day. Stay tuned. Now we finish off hour 3 next.
All right.
Great job.
Okay, before you go, I wanted to tell you that the underlying equations of the quantum field theories that are explained, superstrain, all those things, are the Yang-Mills equations. And Eric Weinstein is famous for his work on the Yang-Mills equations.
All right.
Yeah, so you should have an exchange with him on that.
Okay.
Yeah, because he is such a nice guy. He's one of my mathematical heroes, and he is Mr. Yang-Mills theory.
Yang-Mills. How do you spell that? Can you put it in the private chat?
I'll do it right here.
Right on.
And we
son, as we get ready for a great night. Mark Sims is here with us. He's got a great conference coming up called Making Contact. Go to their website, makingcontact.com. You can use promo code DaveSaved100, DaveSaved100, and I'm telling you, you're going to get one hell of a deal for one hell of a conference there. And I will put the website up on our YouTube channel and the promo code as well. I'll be reminding you of it all night long. But this is a power show. This is a great show. Now, many of you will recognize we had Mark on just a few weeks ago talking about his incredible extraterrestrial experiences. But tonight it's all different. It's all about trying to make contact. What do we got to do to bring in them aliens? Science Bob, good to have you back.
Oh, Dave, is happy to be here with you and Mark. It's I look forward to the second Wednesday of every month so we can have some woo and have some fun.
Well, we don't get much woo with you because you wear that science badge pretty tightly.
Well, I've experienced a little woo, as you know, but I do like to hold the science badge pretty close.
Definitely. And why don't you take the time, Bob, to introduce Mark?
Okay, Mark Sims has exploded onto our community after having a long and very successful business career. And so, Mark, look, a lot of people don't know a lot of that backstory, but given that we attract a lot of science and business and kind of tech people, please tell us about growing up in Michigan and starting Netrex.
Yeah, my first company was Netrex, and I started that in 1992 after working for Sun Microsystems from 1986 until 92. Before that, I was living and I was raised in Michigan in the Midwest. I went to college and got a degree in computer-aided design from Eastern Michigan University, and then went on to go to Harvard Business School, and I'm alumni from the business school, and then started my first company, Netrex, in 1992. And that was an internet security company back in the time when the internet was just becoming a commercial platform for data communication. So I really was lucky to be in the right place at the right time. And one of the unique things that I happened to be skilled in was helping businesses connect to the internet securely before there were commercial firewalls. And so in Detroit, Michigan, where I was working at the time, all these automotive industry tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 companies that do business with each other and exchange large CAD files between each other saw the internet as a way to quickly and easily send large files between each other. And also email was another real compelling application that they wanted. So email and file transfer were the two compelling applications for the early internet. This is before the web and before other things that we have today. So I would help companies connect their engineering networks initially, and then their entire business networks, computer networks that is, to the internet securely using public domain software that I knew how to compile and configure. And then when the first internet security products started showing up, and this was around 1994, I became a reseller of those software programs, and I transitioned all these clients I had into firewall products. And so I could upsell and then remotely manage the software and their firewall products from my office. And this evolved over the years into a full time 7x24 security operations center that we operated from our headquarters. And we went international with that. We had a lot of large clients, and we developed really the first managed security service offering in the world. So this was a plethora or a family of different managed security services like firewall management, intrusion detection, enterprise-wide virus detection, and antivirus servers for email, web filtering services, and much more. So that we did under the product name or umbrella called ePatrol. And that made us a target for being acquired, which we were in 1999. And then I retired. And then I started a second company called Nanorex in 2004, which was a software company where we designed a CAD system for nanoscale design for nano machines, nanobots. That was the idea. So those are my first two companies, and I ended up being very fortunate to be in the right place at the right time before the .com bubble burst, and that allowed me to fund the startup of Netrex, or Nanorex rather. The second company was Nanorex.
That's terrific. So just as an aside, I retired after doing two companies, Hawkeye 360 and Federated Wireless, but just about every day of the week, I work with John Gilmore on ARDC, which is a foundation, and we give grants. And of course, John was one of the founders of Sun Microsystems. I don't know if you knew him.
I rated to John for sure. I did.
Oh yeah. But the big deal is he founded the Electronic Frontier Foundation. So EFF, of course, is all about internet privacy. Maintaining your privacy, keep the government out of your knickers, and so John and I work together a lot. And so great. So it's kind of funny. You meet somebody new, and you're in a company in high tech, and you find their little fingers that overlap your lives, no matter if you knew the person before or not. But yeah, I knew a bunch of people at Sun, and I had every kind of Sun workstation you could have for about 10 years. And then moved on to Linux when Linux took over. And then I had Cray Unix systems at work in big time. So it's just kind of funny, these things overlapping. So give our audience just a few more minutes. You've already been on, but please give them a few more minutes on how you became an experiencer.
Well, after my second business, I retired a second time. And I took up ballroom dancing as a hobby, believe it or not. My wife and I were empty nesters. Our daughter had gone off to college, and we decided to take up ballroom dancing together, and we fell in love with it and threw ourselves into it. And we were so happy and excited and obsessed, really, that we became competitive dancers, amateur competitive dancers. And so we were introduced to competitive ballroom dancing in around 2009. And our first competition was in Las Vegas, which was a really great place to have our first experience. And we both did really well. And that just took off. And for the next 3 years, I danced. That's what I did. I really set a goal for myself to become a champion, which I did in 2011. So this was 3 years into it, 2009, 2010. And then at the end of 2011, I won my major dance sport championship, my first one. And after dancing for a while, I was kind of bored and took a little break from it and started watching YouTube videos in the office of my home. And I came across the Disclosure Project, which was this event that took place in Washington, D.C. all the way back in 2001. And of course, you know very well, but I had no clue about this event back then, that this guy named Dr. Stephen Greer, who was a civilian, somehow managed 20 witnesses to gather in Washington, D.C. at the Washington Press Club and get in front of news cameras and tell their personal accounts of having either seen UFOs or having encountered ETs themselves while they were active in the military or working in other government agencies like NASA and the FAA. And after watching that 2.5 hour long video, I found their testimony so compelling and these witnesses so articulate and trustworthy that I realized that if what they were saying was true, this was undoubtedly the biggest story in human history. And I wanted to know more about it. I knew nothing about the UFO phenomenon other than what you had seen in popular culture in the movies like E.T., the Extraterrestrial, and Close Encounters of the Third Kind before that. And I was a big Star Trek fan and a Star Wars fan as a kid. So, I had that kind of association with the phenomenon, but it was more tangential and really nothing that I knew very deeply about the history of it, the rich history. And so I started looking into it more, and I was really convinced that there was quite a bit of material out there. And one of the people that I started reading was Stephen Greer, the guy who had organized the Disclosure Project. So I bought his 3 books, read them, and learned through reading these books that there he is. There's Danny.
Finally did it, you guys.
Yeah. Well, Danny has had a big day today. This is a guy who is never staying still, And we're just so lucky to have you, Danny. Thanks for coming. And I'll let you, I'm going to continue sharing my screen, and then we'll let you chime in. So I got these 3 books. I read them. Through the 3 books, among other things, I learned that Greer had organized these events that he did at various times of the year called CE5 Ambassador Trainings, where he would teach people a meditative practice that he claimed could initiate contact with extraterrestrials. And I, being a skeptic, at first thought this was, very unlikely. And I was, a real cynic initially. But after I started learning more about him and hearing about people who had been to his events and claimed to have made contact or seen ships for the first time in their life, I decided that I wanted to join one of his events, one of his retreats. So in 2012, in November actually of 2012, I signed up for a 6-day retreat, and this took place in Borrego Springs, California. So I flew from Detroit to San Diego, rented a car, drove about 2 hours up to the Anza Borrego Desert, where this small town, Borrego Springs, is located. And over this 6-day period, we would go out in the desert at night, about 8 p.m. to about 1 in the morning, meditating. And there were 25 of us. And on the 5th evening of this 6-day event, we saw the ship materialize above us. And it was what I imagined, or I thought initially, was a craft, and it very well could have been, but it was not the kind of craft that you typically hear reported about. This thing was a elliptical shaped craft. And what I'd like to do is very quickly just share with your viewers what that looked like, because let's see here. I'm going to share.
Absolutely, Mark. I just want to remind you, too, that this is going out not only on YouTube, but our terrestrial radio stations as well. So I just want to make sure that we describe it well enough for our YouTube people to be able to, or pardon me, our radio people to be able to hear it as well.
Great. So for the people that are watching, what you're seeing is this object that materialized out of thin air above our group. And it was something that I recognized immediately because I had read Buckminster Fuller, and he was well known for something called the geodesic dome that has become now ubiquitous, or in festivals and in camping and so on. And this was a elliptical version of a geodesic sphere, and it's made up, as you can see, of these triangular facets that are defined by these lighter edges. And then around this egg-shaped object was a very well-defined corona or halo of that was green, and the object itself was illuminated from within by what you could only call a divine light. It was just such a pure, beautiful light. It was otherworldly. And you have to see it with your own eyes to have appreciated how beautiful this object was. But it was only visible for about 4 seconds. And I'm going to stop sharing here. Sure. And come back. And so after about 4 seconds of it being visible, it was moving and gradually coming down to the ground. And as it had approached the desert floor, it dematerialized. But when I saw that dematerialize, I was really left with an answer to this burning question that I had come to answer. And that was, are they real? I wanted to see something that was undeniable, that would convince me that they are indeed here. And when I saw that, it left no doubt in my mind that we are being visited by some extraterrestrial intelligence, and that it's now obvious to me at that point that they are aloof and reclusive, that the government isn't keeping this a secret from us as much as they are. And so I had lots of additional questions now that I was over that initial hump that they are real and that they're here. And so I went back that night to my hotel room after we ended our group meditation, and I couldn't fall asleep. And then I decided, after not sleeping and ruminating about all these additional questions, like where are they from and what is their relationship to us and why are they so reclusive and what's their agenda? I decided to sit up in my bed in my hotel room and do this meditation that I'd been learning through Greer. And after about 5 minutes of meditating, I started having this visceral experience in my third eye where this light blue light began swirling, and then it coalesced into a well-defined bright sphere. And then these rings of light came into it from the periphery of my vision. And after a minute of that going, that stopped, and then this sphere began morphing into a humanoid shape. And I opened my eyes after a few minutes because this humanoid glowing image was just standing in my mind's eye for about 5 or 6 minutes. I finally decided to open my eyes, and standing at the end of my bed was this light being, what was clearly a being that was non-physical, made of light or energy, or maybe a hologram, I wasn't sure. But I had prepared myself for this, so I wasn't freaked out by it. I really wanted to have this face-to-face contact experience. I was just very surprised that it worked. And so standing at the end of my bed was this being. Again, I'm going to share my screen real quick so that people can see the illustration I made of what I saw. And here it is. This is the. So what you're seeing on the left is a pencil sketch I did years ago of this being, and what you're seeing on the right was a Photoshop or a computer illustration that I personally drew years after this event. And you can see clearly in the drawing on the right, the computer drawing, that this is a non-physical being. It was scintillating, it was glowing. There, you could see through parts of its body, especially its torso, while the head was brighter and had these well-defined eyes with what I thought were pupils. And I later, more recently, in fact, in the last year, I hired a professional illustrator to illustrate a mock-up of a book I'm writing for the cover art. And this is what he drew, which really captures the essence of what I saw. And so if you look at these eyes, you'll notice that there are these C or U-shaped, what appear to be pupils. But as I gave him a greeting after appearing at the end of my bed, which then initiated him turning and approaching, he turned sideways and started walking from the end of my bed and then approached me on my left side. And I'm just sitting still. I don't want to do anything that would spook him or cause him to step back. I wanted a full-on contact experience. And as he approached me, he eventually stopped, and I was looking up into his eyes. And what really struck me once he was very close to my face is that what I perceived to be eyes were not eyes at all, but sockets of a skull. And these, what I thought were pupils, were actually the superior sutures that are in the back of the eye socket of a human skull that allow the optic nerve to go from the eyeball to the brain. And you could also see the fissures that, make up, these are these wavy lines between the platelets in the eye socket that you can see very clearly when you get close to a skull. And this is what I was seeing when I'm looking into his eyes. And along with that, I can perceive these patterns of light inside of his head that are making these patterns like something like sacred geometry. So as I'm looking into his eyes, I notice that his hand is moving, and I look down and he's got his index finger pointed and he's coming towards my elbow, and I realize he's going to be touching me. So I allow this. I'm prepared for this. So I feel him touching my elbow, and it's like a tingly sensation with a slight bit of physical pressure, but it's more of a tingly sensation. And then after about 2 seconds, he continues to push his finger into my elbow, and I can feel his finger penetrating my elbow because it's tingling inside my elbow. And then he's continuing to push his finger through the left torso and through my back, and his forearm is following his hand. And I'm feeling this whole penetration in my body, and where he's penetrating, I'm feeling more and more tingly sensation. And then his arm is starting to go through my right side when suddenly I feel his shoulder connecting with my left shoulder. And that was something I wasn't anticipating. I wasn't anticipating any of this, but my shoulder suddenly getting this sharp tingly sensation or intense tingly sensation caused me to want to jump up. This fight or flight response had kicked in, and it took all of my willpower to force myself to sit still. And I allowed him to continue to enter my body until he completely submerged himself inside of me. And I'm tingling all over. It was really something. And then, so
Mark, we're going to have to continue when we get back from our break tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Science Bob and Friends. Mark Sims, Daniel Sheehan, makingcontact.com. Big conference coming up. We're going to get into that following up here on Science Bob and Friends on Spaced Out Radio.
all right.
All right.
Hey, space travelers.
Let's turn that down. All right. That's a good solid first half hour right there.
That was a great half hour. Hey, Danny, glad you made it.
Oh, we got Danny on mute.
A whole bunch of I had to download a whole bunch of Google Chrome and other things to get on here, but I'm here.
Oh, good. Okay. Sorry, it was a lot of trouble.
No, it's right. I just couldn't figure out what was going on here.
I'll give you the one when we come back and you finish. I'll give you the 1 minute version of how I had my first experience as an older man and how it broke open all my childhood memories.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'd love
yeah.
to hear it, Bob.
Oh yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Bob's got aliens.
Oh, I
All right.
definitely have aliens.
That's wonderful. I love it.
Orbs in my front yard. Oh yeah.
Wow.
My wife miraculously healed from a stroke. All signs of the lesion in her brain gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know what? One of the great surprises and joys, frankly, of meeting people like you, Bob, who've had experiences and are willing to share them, are these healing experiences, and it's just so fascinating to me too how their life led up to this spiritual or some kind of awakening. I call it the spiritual awakening or the Kundalini awakening, all sorts of words for it, but it's more and more common with people, and it seems that people are becoming more comfortable sharing these stories, and it's so important to do this.
Well, the trigger was all the announcements of in 2017 and 18, and I had heard about it coming. I'll tell you the story. I'll make it quick because this is about you guys, not about me, but I want to share.
All right. Well, I'm going to just really quickly go grab a drink.
There you go.
How much time do we have left?
We have about 3 minutes.
Okay, that's plenty of time. I'll be right back.
All right, Danny, we'll go. I got you on mute because there's a lot of background noise there.
Okay.
But if you got to get a drink or anything, you go right ahead. That's a nice mirror right there.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Oh, what's he watching there? Let's see if we can zoom
News.
in.
It's the news.
Looks like Rachel Maddow.
Of course it is. He's a Democrat. Remember, he was on Jimmy Carter's staff. I've been a fanboy since he was with Jimmy Carter.
You are a fanboy because of his hair, like I am.
Oh, his hair is gorgeous, and of course, I don't have any.
It's a good start so far.
Oh, wow. What a super start. Yeah, I like to hear how successful people got there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
And when successful people or, scientists or whatever come on and tell, hey, look, we're having these experiences, it frees people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Scared the daylights out of me there for a second.
He's wrecking you, Dave.
Okay, I'm back.
Beautiful.
You're good.
We got you, my friend.
Have to put on my little earphones. I have the little earphones plugged in.
Yep. We're in the middle of a break. We'll start in a second. I'll finish with Mark and then go to you.
Sure.
Sounds good.
You are an unbelievably busy guy.
Busy is good.
Oh, of course it is.
This is what it looks like when it's working.
Yes, exactly. I was telling Mark how I retired from 2 jobs, started 2 companies, retired from them, went into retirement, and I'm working harder than I did before I retired.
All right. We have about 45 seconds. I want to say a big thank you to Jeremy, to Chad, Smith, Patrick, Lori, Ed, and Michael for the super chats tonight. And if you're interested in this conference, guys, go to makingcontact.com. Use promo code DaveSave100, and you'll be able to get a break on the price there. And real thankful to Making Contact for giving our audience a promo code to use, to save you guys some money. We really do appreciate everyone at Making Contact for helping us out, especially Mark and Daniel. And we're going to get going here with the second half hour of the show coming up here in about 5 seconds. So sit back, relax, and we're going to get this thing going. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on with Science Bob and Friends. Our special guests tonight, Mr. Daniel Sheehan and Mr. Mark Sims from makingcontact.com. Science Bob, take it away.
Okay, so Mark, thank you for sharing your story. I just want to give our audience and the two of you just a little look into how I got here. So I got out of high school and went to college in math and engineering and physics, and went on to graduate school. But I took a detour, worked at Sandia National Labs for 2 years before I decided I had to have a doctorate to be respected fully. So I went and got a doctorate in math, and then I entered the intelligence community, working for several of the agencies, and then wound up at the Institute for Defense Analysis, where I stayed for 27 years, retired, went and became a professor at Virginia Tech. And the job at Virginia Tech that I took on was the chief scientist of the Hume Center, and its purpose was to find engineers, scientists, and others, and introduce them to the kinds of problems that are technical, that are useful to the Department of Defense and the intelligence community. So, in other words, I left it, but I kind of worked on the periphery of it. And then I began to hear all these rumors from my old friends that the UFO stuff was hitting the fan and things were about to really happen. So I began to look into it, just like you, looking at YouTube, listening to things, and I saw Richard Dolan, and naturally, being from the national security state, I read UFOs in the National Security State, volumes 1 and 2, and now I am Richard Dolan's forum administrator and moderator. So, I mean, Richard and I are now friends. So he interviewed Chris Bledsoe, and I picked up my Facebook messenger Bledsoe, and told him I was a scientist. I realized he had a bunch of scientists and government people that were friends, and I was kind of on the periphery. Could I come visit him? And so he didn't respond for 3 weeks. So I thought, okay, well, that's done. And he responded, says, yes, you can come. It was so near Christmas. We waited to January. I went over and we got to know each other. And he told me, you know why you're here? And I says, no, why? He says, because Jim Semivan told me to let you into my house, that it was probably going to be interesting. So we sat around and talked. I learned a lot of stuff. We went outside and observed, and I saw orbs and craft and weird popping things in the trees that went up into the sky, and purple auras all over the sky. And Chris, when the purple aura disappeared, Chris went, okay, they're gone. We can go inside. And so we went inside, said goodbye. I went home, and stuff followed me home. And with apports and other things, and my wife experienced a miraculous healing. I picked up the phone. I called Chris, and I said, okay, Chris, I'm going to help you do all sorts of things, and that we're continuing that. COVID has gotten in the way, but we're going to pick it back up shortly. But now I have experiences regularly, weird ones with Dave, weird ones at home, and I've just learned to live with it. So we're going to segue for just a little bit and go from the woo to the lawyers. Danny Sheehan, if anybody needs to be introduced to Danny Sheehan, you have not been paying attention. I've known who Danny was since he was in the Carter administration, and I cast my second vote for president for Jimmy Carter. So Danny's been doing, and he has been one of the leading attorneys in the public square for decades. He's just the most impressive legal public square lawyer that I know of. I mean, there may be some equal, but I don't know of any. But in this community, he was the lawyer for the Disclosure Project, helping Stephen Greer. And now Danny is advising Lou Elizondo and helping him plow his way through interactions with the Inspector General at the Department of Defense after Elizondo has not been treated so well by his former colleagues. Danny, welcome to the show, and tell us what's going on.
Well, lots of stuff is going on. The event of the day is the filing of the report back on June 15th by the Defense Department under the auspices of the Director of National Intelligence to the Senate Intelligence Committee on the UFO or unidentified aerial phenomenon in this short 9-page report that was made public. only 6 pages of which have anything, basically, is just the cover story, as it were, for a 400-page classified annex that has been given to the Senate Intelligence Committee. The members of the Senate Intelligence Committee have that now. Now that they have passed the infrastructure, the 2 major infrastructure bills, and have retired for the summer, they've got the 400-page classified annex, of which they're studying now, in trying to make a determination as to what type of a follow-up the Senate Intelligence Committee might do, depending upon what's in that annex. The short 6 pages of substance that were made public at first struck everyone, including myself, as being basically like a nothing burger, because we were all sort of expecting it to say something. But when you really stop to look at it, what they were doing is they were acknowledging the Defense Department and the National Director of Intelligence were acknowledging that UFOs are real in a real official way. There have been statements that have been made by the Defense Department, have been published by the New York Times, etc. But this was an actual official report being filed with the Senate Intelligence Committee, informing the United States Congress and the American people that UFOs are real. And they pointed out that they had it surrounded by a lot of caveats, saying, well, we've only really looked into 144 cases. In 143 of them, we can't put in any one of these different boxes that we have here of thinking, well, maybe there's some super secret technology that our United States government has developed. No, they said they haven't been able to determine that. They aren't Chinese. They aren't Russian. They're not a flock of birds, being mistaken. They're not, swamp gas. They went through these things saying, therefore, we really don't know what they are. But the important fact was that Lou Elizondo, who had been in charge of the secret Pentagon study of the UFO phenomenon for a total of 10 years. 2 years he was the chief of security for the project, and then for 8 years he was the director of it. He went public. He quit in frustration, in protest, basically, over the fact that they were lying to him. The Defense Department was not being told about things about the UFOs. Doors were being slammed in their face. And so he quit and brought the well-known 3 of the videos that were taken through the F-18 gun cameras of the UFOs and released them to the New York Times. And very importantly, the New York Times decided to publish it. That's an event in itself. As many of you know, I was legal counsel for the New York Times when I got the call. I got the call from Jim Goodell, the general counsel for the New York Times, when they got the 47 volumes of top secret classified documents known as the Pentagon Papers. And so I was the one that got the call at the office. We're the ones that represented the New York Times to get those made public. And so I see these 400 pages of the classified annex as being analogous to the Pentagon Papers. I believe that it's almost certain that the vast majority of information that's in those 400 pages of classified documents have not been legitimately classified at all, that they don't really represent any kind of threat to the national security to make them available, and that the American people are not only entitled, but they are constitutionally entitled to have access to information pursuant to which we can make some important decisions in a democracy about how we are going to respond to this UFO phenomenon. That if in fact it's true, what they're saying is that at least the vast majority of these confirmed sightings are not some super secret technology of ours. Some may be. People may have mistaken some of the super secret stuff that we've got for a UFO. But they've said that, look, that's not the case here. And when the head of the entire investigation says that they're absolutely not Russian or Chinese, and then when I did an interview with Lou Elizondo with the 3 of the people from the Associated Press, and when Dan Huff from the Associated Press asked Lou Elizondo, and he said, well, wait a second, if they're not ours, they're not the Russians, they're not Chinese, what are they? Where are they from? And Lou Elizondo said to him, well, the most likely thing is, based on our investigations, that they're extraterrestrial. And now that puts us in a different place. When you have the head of the secret study of the United States Pentagon telling the Associated Press that these are not ours, they're not Russian, they're not Chinese, and the likelihood is they're extraterrestrial, the time has arrived for us to start to begin a discussion among our citizenry as to what are the implications of this. If we're past arguing about whether UFOs are real, and all the authorities have now confirmed that they are real, and we're past the question about is there an extraterrestrial civilization, we now know from all the discovery of all the exoplanets and all the discussions, everybody, including the Catholic Church, the Vatican, is now on record officially as of November 11th of 2009, saying it's now perfectly evident that we are going to be discovering extraterrestrial life much sooner than had been previously anticipated. And so the time has arrived for the citizenry to undertake a very serious conversation about the philosophical and theological questions that are posed to us as a human family about the existence of such an extraterrestrial civilization. And that's what we're doing. This discussion that we're going to be convening between the 18th of August and the 22nd of August, coming up here just in another 1 week, is to have that conversation, to get past this discussion of are there such a thing as UFOs? Are they real? Is there such a thing as an extraterrestrial civilization? Is there such a thing? I represented Dr. John Mack back in 1994 in front of a major faculty committee at Harvard University where Dr. Mack had published a book in which he was suggesting that extraterrestrial life actually exists, and there's actually communication taking place between some individuals and members of an extraterrestrial civilization. And they dragged him up in front of a rump committee of the faculty, chaired by Dr. Relman, who was the editor-in-chief of the New England Journal of Medicine, and confronted him. And when I, as John's lawyer, John Mack's lawyer, I said, wait a second, what is this thing? What is this panel that you guys have gathered together here anyhow? It's certainly not an AAUP panel. It's anything approved by the American Association of University Professors. And Dr. Relman said, when Dr. Mack published the book, the dean of the medical school, who's here sitting on this tribunal with us, started receiving lots of telephone calls asking him questions that he didn't quite know how to answer. And so he decided he was going to have a conversation with Dr. Mack. And as long as he's going to be having a conversation with him, we ought to have some of the other faculty members here. So I asked him, I said, look, whatever the nature of the hearing process is either one of the two following fact questions going to be at issue in this hearing. Number one, whether or not the extraterrestrial intelligence actually exists. And secondly, whether at least some of these confirmed sightings of UFOs might possibly be a vehicle from an extraterrestrial civilization. And Dr. Relman said, well, absolutely those two questions are at issue here. And it's absolutely ridiculous to think that either one of those things is true. And he just said that. And this is Harvard University. I graduated from Harvard College. I graduated from Harvard Law School. I did my master's work at the Harvard Divinity School. And here I am sitting there saying, how can Harvard University say something as ridiculous as that? This needs to be looked into. We need to have a serious conversation among our people, including our universities, including our scientists, including our public officials, but most importantly, including our citizens, to have a conversation about what does this mean now? Now that we've gotten over whether they exist and whether there's an extraterrestrial civilization, the questions are, what does that mean to us? What are the implications if we not only realize now since Copernicus that we're not physically located in the center of the entire universe, and the whole universe circulates around us. Now we have to realize that we're not even at the apex of the pyramid of all sentient life in the universe. Now what? Now how are we going to cope with that? What is the psychological impact on us? What's the philosophical impact? What's the theological impact? What are the public policy questions that we have to ask? What kind of laws are going to have to be changed? What kind of diplomatic relations are we going to have with these people? What type of trade, if any kind, are we going to have with them? Are we going to accept whatever technology they happen to offer to us? Are we going to find ourselves in a condition where we become completely dependent upon them? for some new wave of technology, and that we become like a colony, like some tiny tribe that's been discovered on a desert island somewhere, in the 1960s, that didn't even know the rest of the world was there, and within a matter of months, their entire culture just collapses. That we need to start coming to grips with this. We can't just sit around and wait for government officials to tell us. I mean, the government officials have been working on this thing for the past 75 years, ever since Roswell. I mean, everybody with a political IQ above room temperature knows that Roswell happened. Anybody who reads books knows that it happened. And the United States government has been concealing this from us all this time. So we can't continue to rely exclusively on the government officials to tell us this, because 99% of the government officials don't know anything about it either, because they've been closed out. The fact is that 99% of the people in the military don't know about this. What kind of a constitutional government is that? To have some sort of elite, tiny 1% of the people, know about this, know what the technology is, know where these things come from, probably, and are concealing it from us for their own personal private benefit. To have power over us. The time has come to break through this thing and not keep on pleading with them to try to tell us what the answers are to this thing, but to find them out ourselves. To have these discussions among ourselves, to undertake the CE5 protocol, to reach out to try to communicate with the beings from this other civilization, to establish diplomatic relations with them, but at the same time, be not totally naive. Not just say, hey, you all come here, come on and bring us all your technology, and we'll tell you everything about ourselves, and you share all your family secrets. That's not the way to do this. We have to have an intelligent conversation among ourselves about how we're going to approach this and how we're going to deal with this phenomenon and with this extraterrestrial civilization. The time has come. Big surprise, gang. After all this time saying, I wonder when this is going to happen. I wonder if we're ever going to get in our lifetimes to a point where we actually have to answer these questions. Well, the answer is yes. And the conversation is going to be starting on the 18th of August. We're going to be bringing in people to discuss the philosophical implications, the theological implications, the psychological implications, and more importantly, the public policy questions that we need to ask and answer as citizens in a democracy as to what to do about this.
Daniel, what needs to be asked? What questions are we missing? I know as a part of the media, I could see where the media is missing a plethora of questions. But for you on this standpoint, looking into Washington, D.C., what questions are we missing?
Well, one of the most important questions is should we accept any of the offers that are made by an extraterrestrial civilization to provide some sort of extraordinary technology to us while we're still at this extremely low level of consciousness? The old Sufi saying, when a pickpocket meets a saint, all he sees are his pockets. And now we've got a whole element in our government that if you show them some kind of a new amazing technology, they'll spend all their time trying to figure out how to make a weapon out of it, so that they can lord it over the rest of the world, on behalf of our corporations who happen to pay for their elections. That we've got to be circumspect as a citizenry about this, that I certainly don't want to put that kind of technology into the hands of the people that are running our government right now. That all we're getting is a choice between, two different political parties that go through some sort of a process that most people don't even understand to pick out who the nominees are that they offer to us every 4 years. And everybody thinks that that's all they get to do. They get to pick one or the other of them. And they're not serving the best interests of the people at all. We all know that, or else you wouldn't have 1/10 of 1% of all the people in the country owning 85% of all the wealth. You wouldn't have 10 million people a year starving to death on the planet. You wouldn't have people dying of diseases that we've known the cure for 100 years. You wouldn't have that if the governments were functioning responsibly and effectively and compassionately. So the bottom line is the first question that we really need to ask ourselves is, do we trust our own government officials to have access to this technology? Should we ask the civilization for that technology? Shouldn't we be more circumspect about this and really try to ask nuanced questions about how we're going to come to grips with this civilization and what the impact is going to be on us?
Bob, your mic's on mute.
About that. Danny, tell us just a little bit before we go to break about how is Lou doing and how are your interactions with Lou and the Pentagon going without divulging anything you should.
Sure. No, it's fine. We're engaged. Lou and I are engaged in a very candid conversation with people in the Inspector General's office. You know, they started out trying to stovepipe the different divisions of the Inspector General's office to talk to Lou. Oh, here's the whistleblower group. Here's another group that's worried about the potential repercussions on nuclear weapons. Here's another group that's worried about the space technology that they've got. You know, and what we were saying is, look, if you're going to have this conversation in response to the complaint that Lou has filed, you know, let's get everybody together from the Inspector General's office. Let's sit down at the table together and have this conversation. And it didn't take very long for them to realize that Lou was the only one in the room that knew anything about this. They didn't know anything about this because the Inspector General's office has been iced out totally. They don't have the slightest idea about what's going on with the UFO issue. They don't know what the protocols are that are being followed by the Defense Department. They don't know who's in on this and who isn't in on this. They need to find this out. Anybody who's doing any kind of an analysis, an evaluation, or an investigation, whatever you want to call it, you need to find out what's going on. You know, you need to know what the facts are. And they do not know what the facts are. Lou knows what some of the facts are. And so what we've been doing in these first conversations with these people is trying to communicate to them the facts that we know that we think they don't know, so that they can begin to make a decision as to whether or not they're going to dare to challenge the 75-year-old protocol of don't ask. You know, don't ask about these things. If you push too hard on these things, your career is going to be over. Why is that? Why is that happening? You know, what is it that they're hiding? Who is it that's hiding it? You know, who is it that's in charge of this information anyway? If they're not inside our government, this is unconstitutional. I've filed major lawsuits against organizations like that. That's what the off-the-shelf enterprise was about. Oliver North and all those people that were smuggling weapons to the Contras in complete violation of the orders of Congress. You know, you cannot have this going on in a democracy. We need to know who's trying to control this information and for what purpose are they doing that. We need to have that information, and the Inspector General's office has to have that information, and the Justice Department needs to have that information from a constitutional point of view. And the Senate Intelligence Committee has to have that information. You know, that has to be.
We're going to cut it right there for the time being, because hour number 1 of Science Bob and Friends is complete. Hour 2 with Science Bob McGuire, Daniel Sheehan, Mark Sims. We got makingcontact.com, and we're going to talk about that next on Spaced Out Radio. All right, guys, we're clear.
Okay, so when we come back, well, just take it away and start telling us about the show. Mark and Danny, however you want to do it, share the screen, show us the virtual stage and all this other, whatever you want to show us. We just want to build up a lot of interest in this to get as many people there, and thank you and the other organizers for the discount for our listeners.
Yeah, we appreciate that.
Yeah, we have the list of the speakers in the schedule, and what their major topics are going to be, and what the panel discussions are going to be about. That we can share all that with you.
Yeah, please do. I want you to free flow that information now until we kind of come to a natural stopping point, and then we'll ask some questions. I'm sure the audience is full of questions. Yeah, but let's get through the major promotion of this first.
Okay, I'll grab our little list, Mark. I've got it in my briefcase. Okay.
Mark, your mic's on mute. We can't hear you. There you go.
There, I'm back.
There you go.
You know, I want to just make sure that I can share my screen. Your browser has blocked your screen, I think.
What are you wanting to show? The website?
Yeah, I want to just show the website. I think I can do it now. Yeah, okay, I'm back. I see what happened.
Okay.
Yeah, StreamYard is pretty flexible, pretty point and click. Zoom has more capability, but it's not as point and click.
Okay. So when I go up to share, my options are StreamYard or entire screen. So what if I share StreamYard? What does that do?
Take it, experiment.
Okay.
We're in a break.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
We're using Firefox.
I'm a tinkering boffin. Go for it.
All right. Are you seeing this, the Making Contact website?
No.
Nope.
Hold on, I got to bring it up here because I have to add it. There
Okay.
it is.
There you go. There it is. Okay. Wait a minute. You almost did it.
Oh,
Yeah, we had it there.
We
okay.
had it.
Let me try one more time.
And then Dave, I think, has to do something.
Yeah, I have to add it in. Once you go to share, I have to add it in.
Oh, I see. So I'm going to select StreamYard and hit allow.
There we go.
And there it is.
Okay, and now I can select
There it is. There it is.
Great.
Look how perfect Mark's hair is right on top in that photo.
Oh, yeah.
I like Danny's hair much more than mine.
Yeah, so who doesn't? You could be like me and have to wear a hat so you don't blind your audience.
So, I'm going to stop sharing, come back here. We just had a new thing go live. We're doing a tribute to Paul Hellyer on Saturday morning, and we're allowing people to register for free. And I want to, so they can register and buy a ticket here, but there's also a separate place. I don't think we've launched that yet. The team was supposed to have that ready to go. But I think
you have the kind of extra day for some extra few bucks. You have the extra day, but I haven't seen the Hellier thing yet.
Yeah, it's going to be. We're going to put it on social media probably tomorrow. We had a little confusion about exactly which day it was going to be, and but we got that sorted out.
That's awesome. That's awesome. By the way, Lori Rosenfeld has been fantastic in communication leading up to this show.
Great. Thank you. She's been wonderful and very helpful along the way. I owe her a big favor after this is all done. She's been working, promoting us and getting us, scheduled for podcasts and interviews, and she's been just great.
Wonderful. All right, guys, we have about 90 seconds. 90 seconds. Want to say a big thank you to Double Tim, Jeremy, Chad, Patrick, Lori, Ed, and Michael for the awesome super chats tonight. It's a great way to support what we do on this show each and every night on Spaced Out Radio. So thank you so much. Thank you to all of our new listeners. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button and ring the bell. We are literally here 7 days a week starting at 9 p.m. Pacific, midnight Eastern. And I'm here Monday through Friday, Lynn Wallington, Saturday and Sunday. And thank you to all the veterans out there who listen to this show on a nightly basis. We really appreciate you. We love you. And this is a good place for you to come and hang out and just enjoy some woo every single night. We would love to see you here. Okay, guys, 5 seconds. And here we go, everyone.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter @Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. We want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. We want to say hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Wasserman. Wasserman is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as a clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Once a month, we bring in Dr. Bob McGuire. We call him Science Bob around here, and Science Bob and Friends continues as our monthly feature. Tonight, we are focusing on Daniel Sheehan and Mark Sims, a new conference coming out called Making Contact, makingcontact.com. And if you want to check it on out, I'm going to tell you right now, little secret. Don't tell anybody, except if you're listening. Then you'll know. Use promo code DaveSave100. That's DaveSave100. They're going to give you a major deal in getting tickets for this 4 or 5 day event that is going to be happening. Science Bob, let's bring you back in.
All right. So, look, Mark, you guys take it away and tell us anything you want for at least the next half hour about the Making Contact conference. It's so exciting.
Yeah, this is a really major event that Danny and I are co-producing. We have lined up the most impressive roster you could imagine, given the context of what's going on in the UFO, UAP phenomenon and the interest that's been brought up. Danny and I have really gotten an amazing and diverse group of people. And so what I'm going to share is our actual website, makingcontact.com, and I can explain how or where people can go to get a ticket and to learn about the speakers. So this is our website, our homepage, and you can see we've got some of the most well-known luminaries from the UFO field joining us, with Whitley Strieber there on the left, and Richard Dolan, Linda Moulton Howe, Danny himself, of course, and Lou Elizondo is going to be joining us during this event. And then Ralph Lubenthal there is the journalist that broke the story back in 2017, the story that is of the Navy videos, and Lou Elizondo, who made those videos available to the press. And on the far right is Eric Weinstein, and Eric has become a good friend of Danny's, and he's a very well-known economist and a physicist. He's this amazingly smart individual who's a member of Mensa, and he has his own podcast called The Portal and a huge following. He's got a theory called geometric unity theory that he's proposing as the grand unifying theory between general relativity and quantum mechanics. And he's gotten such a large following because he's got such a compelling theory. Danny, why don't you share a little bit more about Eric and how you two know each other?
Sure. Eric Weinstein is one of the preeminent kind of public intellectuals in the country right now. I had heard about him for a long time. And he had a show, it has a show that's called The Portal, and it's a podcast that he does. And he reached out to talk with me and invited me to come down to be on his show on April 9th earlier this year. And we talked live on his show for 5.5 hours. about because he wanted to talk to me about a number of the cases that I had done in the past. And so we began to have this discussion, and I told him about how I was a co-founder of the Harvard Civil Rights Law Review back in 1968, how I had initiated the case at the Law Review that established the right of journalists to protect their confidential news sources that went all the way to the United States Supreme Court while I was still a law student, actually. And then I got recruited by the #1 corporate law firm in the country that represented NBC television news, which is with the person that I represented. And then I was there to receive the call for the Pentagon Papers. When the New York Times got access to the Pentagon Papers, they contacted me. Jim Goodell, the vice president and general counsel, called me because he knew that I had done a case that established the right of journalists to protect their confidential news sources. So I ended up then becoming one of the major lawyers for the New York Times and doing the Pentagon Papers. I was then recruited from that firm to go to F. Lee Bailey's office, where I served as one of at the office there when we represented James McCord, one of the Watergate burglars. He's the one that blew the whistle on Richard Nixon and the plumbers, writing a letter to Judge Sirica revealing what they were all doing there. I went from there back to Harvard Divinity School to study for my master's and PhD there in comparative social ethics after already having graduated from Harvard College and Harvard Law School, and began to do cases out of the Jesuit headquarters, one of which was the American Sanctuary Movement cases down on the Texas border, where we struck down as unconstitutional the efforts of the Reagan-Bush administration to keep people coming in from applying for political asylum from El Salvador and Guatemala, where the U.S. government was secretly financing death squads against basically anybody who read more than 2 books a year. And I got to do all of those cases. Then we did the Karen Silkwood case. That shut down and stopped the construction of all private nuclear power plants in the country. We discovered who killed Karen Silkwood and took the documents away from her. We made the movie about Silkwood with Meryl Streep and Cher, and we did all those movies. And then we did the Iran-Contra case. We basically found out that they were smuggling weapons to the Contras in violation of the Boland Amendment. We brought on the action under the Federal Criminal Racketeering Act that brought about the appointment of a special prosecutor. I was also legal counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union at Wounded Knee, representing Russell Means and Dennis Banks and the other people for ACLU. And I've done cases like that. And so Eric, it turns out, had come to some of the talks that I had done around the country. And so he asked me to be on his show. So we spent 5.5 hours talking about these cases. And when we completed that, we were planning to get together some other time in the near future. But it turns out a couple of weeks later, someone called me about 11 o'clock at night and said, "Hey, we heard that you were on Eric's show. He's on Clubhouse right now, and he's talking about UFOs, and you might want to go on there." So I popped onto the Clubhouse, and Eric said, "Oh, here's Danny Sheehan. He's done some really interesting cases in the background. I wonder if he knows anything at all about UFOs." And so he asked me to, quote, come up onto the stage in the Clubhouse. And it turns out he didn't know that I was legal counsel for the Disclosure Project back in 2001. He didn't know that I had been legal counsel in the Carter administration for a special study that was done by President Carter into UFOs and extraterrestrial life. He didn't know that I'd been the legal counsel for Dr. John Mack. He didn't know that I was Lou Elizondo's lawyer, who was the guy that ran the secret study in the Pentagon. And so Eric became, I guess, thunderstruck, I guess is the term, about the fact that I knew all about this. And I talked with him for 5.5 hours about the cases I'd done, and I'd never talked about any of these cases. So he started becoming much more interested than he had ever been before in this issue of UFOs and the potential that they may be actually extraterrestrial in origin. So he started to be puzzled by why his friends, all this Mensa crowd of all these geniuses that were mathematicians and physicists and astrophysicists and everybody else that he knew personally, why is it they had not been recruited to look into the UFO phenomenon? Why is it that the government was keeping this completely secret, and the only people that were working on it were like engineers who were trying to back engineer the technology? Why is it that some of the greatest minds in our human family haven't been brought in on this and get to talk about this? So he became quite exercised about this failure on the part of the intellectual community to come to grips with this particular phenomenon. And he started to appreciate the profound questions that are raised, not only for physics of, how do these vehicles go 43,000 miles an hour right in our atmosphere when, 1/10 of that speed is going to burn something to a crisp, if anything that we know how to build. And how can they come from outer space and come in at 80,000 feet down, from 80,000 feet down to 50 feet above the ocean surface in less than 1 second, and then come to a complete stop, which would put 600 Gs of pressure onto the vehicle that would tear completely apart any vehicle that we've ever seen. And then they can go underwater and travel at over 200 miles an hour. How can this be going on? And the top scientists that he knows aren't involved in studying this stuff. Who's keeping the secret? What's going on here? So he's agreed to come on and be on the show to talk about what the implications are for our classic dominant worldview of scientific positivism and materialism. That what are the implications when there are vehicles that are obviously defying all of the basic laws of physics that we think we know about. And so he's going to be talking about this challenge to our fundamental worldview that's raised by the existence of these UFO phenomena and their potential extraterrestrial origin. We're going to bring on the other people. We're going to first, Mark and I are going to lay out on the first day, Wednesday morning of the 18th. We're going to lay out the entire schedule. We're going to talk to everybody about who the people are that are going to be coming on. Each of the 5 days, the first 4 days is going to have a separate theme. For example, the first day is going to be on the philosophical implications of the discovery of extraterrestrial life. The second day is going to be raising the theological questions about our place in the universe as a human species in light of this new discovery. The third day is going to be devoted to the psychological questions that are asked. I mean, it's pretty hard on people's psyche when they first come to realize that they're face to face with an extraterrestrial being. It's got a lot of press about it. What kind of effect that has on you. And so that we need to talk about that. But very importantly, in the fourth day, we're going to be talking about the public policy implications. What are the kind of laws that need to be developed here about how we relate to the beings? What are the diplomatic relations we're going to have with them? What are the kind of economic relationships we're going to have with them? How do we apply to them our fundamental constitutional laws about human rights, etc.? How do we dialogue with them about this? These are fundamental philosophical, theological, psychological, public policy questions that we have to discuss. And so that we brought in some of the major experts around the world after Mark and I lay out to the people in the first morning what the schedule is going to look like for the rest of the week. Then what we do is we start the conversation. And we have right in that first day, we have Eric Weinstein comes on to talk about the implications of this. Then Whitley Strieber is going to be there talking about what the psychological impact was on him when he had this direct experience. And then Mark is going to present the information that he started to share with us here tonight about what the fundamentally theological implications are of what the kind of download that he got from this experience with this extraterrestrial being, laying out the cartography of kind of ultimate reality in which our whole human species is playing. And so then we have a panel discussion among all of those people. so that I'm going to be moderating that panel so that we can dig deeper into those opening statements and have them dialogue with each other in a very important way. We're going to go around and around in the circle, having each one of these A types that can talk for hours about this subject. Each one of them is only going to be talk for like 2 or 3 minutes, and then let the next person talk, and then let the next person talk, and we're going to go around the circle to allow an insight to arise in a real event that's taking place in front of all the people that have come to watch this, to listen to this panel discussion. I mean, these are the kind of discussions where people will say, boy, I sure wish I were a fly on the wall listening to that conversation. Well, you are going to be a fly on the wall. You're going to be right there where they're having this conversation live to have these discussions about these profound questions. And the next day, we're going to be dealing with the theological implications. We're going to have Jeff Kripal is going to be there. Jeff Kripal is not only the head of the Department of Religion at Rice University in Texas, but he's also the chairman of the board of the Esalen Institute. We're going to have Dr. James Garrison. Dr. James Garrison is a PhD theologian from Harvard and from Cambridge University in England. He's also the fellow who helped negotiate with Gorbachev to start, starting Glasnost and Perestroika, to kind of get rid of the nuclear weapons, in part because the extraterrestrials are telling us over and over again, you got to get rid of the nuclear weapons. This is totally insane, what you're doing here. And so we took the steps forward to try to reach out directly through citizens diplomacy, to talk with Gorbachev when he was only the Secretary of Agriculture. And Jim Garrison is going to tell that story about the importance of citizens diplomacy. We're going to have Michael Beckwith. Michael Beckwith is the minister, the pastor at one of the largest and most progressive churches in the entire country down in Los Angeles, the Agape Church down there. He's going to come and talk about the need for our human family to ascend to a level of planetary consciousness, to get over this kind of nation-state conflicts and racial conflicts and economic conflicts. We've got to transcend this type of atavism to deal with global climate change on our planet. We're going to have, and very important, we're going to have Marshall Summers. Marshall Summers is a man who has written numerous books talking about the UFO implications, and he very seldom ever agrees to participate in any kind of conferences at all. He writes books, but he's now going to come and participate in this. These are extraordinarily important people, and of course we're going to have Barbara Lamb coming to talk about the fact that she's actually provided psychological counseling for over 2,000 people, who have had direct contact with extraterrestrial beings, about what the psychological impact on that is, how they've evolved from starting out being very traumatized by this into actually understanding that they're taking part in this rather extraordinary experience of actually being part of history for the next 10,000 years about our relationship with these extraterrestrial people. Linda Moulton Howe is going to be involved in that conversation, and Dr. David Jacobs is going to be appearing here by a special pre-recorded presentation he's going to make. He's the only person out of 21 different speakers that we're going to have, is the only one who isn't able to be with us directly live on site because of certain medical problems he's having. Okay, but Lou Elizondo is going to be there. Richard Dolan is going to be there, as Mark pointed out. Ralph Blumenthal, who broke the story on the front page of the New York Times, is going to be here talking with all these people in a panel and making a presentation. These are the kind of things we're going to be doing. Don Schmidt is going to be here, who is recognized by everyone to be the kind of world's leading expert on Roswell. It's going to be one of the few references back. We go back to verifying that UFOs are real and that they're extraterrestrial. Most of these conversations, we pointed out, are going to start with those given premises that UFOs are real and that they're extraterrestrial. Now what? But we're going to have this review of probably the most famous incident, other than Betty and Barney Hill, the most famous incident of a UFO actually coming to Earth and being recovered by our federal government. So these, and Mark is going to point out that this is going to be done through a new modern technology that has really just begun to be used during the pandemic. It's something a lot more than the simple Zoom. This is a very different technology. It's going to enable us to bring people in from all around the world to sit in council together, to sit and have panel discussions with each other live in place, with thousands of people being able to be present virtually for these kind of conversations. This is a brand new technology and a brand new way of handling this most important of all issues. And we can therefore have these conversations shared by people all across the globe. All across the globe can be present for these kind of real life conversations. And this is just the beginning of this process.
That Whitley Strieber did for us. He's going to be presenting.
This little figure is owned by Mark Sims, a dear friend who's also been activated by a remarkable experience. We don't know its age, but it's a very valuable little figure. It cradles in its arms this man, a human being. Is this a soul carrying a man? And is the man moving through time while the soul gazes upward into a higher level of reality outside of time? If so, there's a lesson here, because in this little part, there is a triangle. And if you put this triangle in this and put it down on a soft surface, it will balance. But without the triangle, it won't balance. It will always fall. What is the triangle? Well, let's look at this in terms of an ancient law, the law of three, or the law of Trinity. It's a very old law. It's also a very new law in the sense that it is the structure of the atom. The electron is the passive force in an atom. The proton, the active force. The neutron, the balancing force. The neutron is the little triangle. In the human being, the body is the passive force. The emotions are the active force. And the mind is the force that balances the two. And you keep the flow of life coming in a healthy way. Now, what is this between the body and the soul? This little triangle is something truly huge. Let's go all the way from the atom back to the original idea of the Sphinx. The Sphinx contains three beasts: the bull, the lion, and the man. The bull is strength. It's the passive part of the Sphinx. The lion is courage. It's the active part of the Sphinx. The man is the intelligence of the Sphinx that balances the courage and the strength. When all three are balanced together, the Sphinx's wings spread and the Sphinx rises above life. That is to say, you cease to be identified with the things of life, the politics, the flow of this, how much money do I have, am I sick or well, any of that stuff. You become objective about life and you see life in a state of balance. The little triangle is that state of balance between the body moving through time and the soul gazing upward toward ascension. It's a remarkable and beautiful piece. And whether it was made 6 months ago or 10,000 years ago doesn't really matter. It's a masterpiece.
That is amazing.
Yeah, well, thank you. Well, I'm going to end the demo here, And I just want to show your viewers this remarkable piece that was featured in that video with Whitley Strieber. And this is part of a collection that I have of artifacts from central Mexico that I've collected over the last 7 years. Since my experience, I've been very fascinated with the Mesoamerican cultures, and especially those cultures that seem to have contact with extraterrestrial intelligence. And these are artifacts that are dug up from that area and have made their way into the United States to be shared. And these are becoming more and more known. And they tell a remarkable story about the interactions between the indigenous tribes from those areas thousands of years ago and seemingly an extraterrestrial race. And we'll be talking about that on the Making Contact campus as well. I'll be sharing my artifacts, and there's a network of people that have these amazing artifacts as well. And so that's something I'm looking forward to doing sometime.
We are concerned not merely with the technical problem of securing and maintaining peace, but also with the important task of education and enlightenment.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world tonight. This is Grant Cameron, and I'm doing a very special show today. I'm very excited. As you know, I put out a book called Contact Modalities. Desta Barnaby and I put it out. And in the book, we did radios. The Canadian government had worked with radios, had done communication with AFA, an alien that they were in contact with. And in the book, we were doing all the different modalities of radios and channeling and all this kind of stuff. And we heard rumors of some guys who were playing with radios. And I heard this from my friend Mark Vidovic, and I said, well, what's going on? We were doing this book. And he said, well, it's kind of secret. They're sort of still working on this and not ready to go public or whatever. So I think we sort of mentioned this in the book. And I have one of the people that's the key to this whole thing. And that is Mark Sims, who's joining me today from California. And he's the guy with the radios. We're going to get into that. We're going to get into his story. We're going to get into his background. I say, as people know, I talk about the theory of wow, that the more I look at it, the more I think this may not be as ET as people think it is. And this may be a lot of just simply making us go, wow, realizing we are not alone. We are, the reality is more than what we think it is. And of all the wow stuff I've seen, I think this is the wowiest stuff I've ever seen. This is like, I say, like crop circles on steroids. When you see what Mark and Jimmy, who was actually the guy that started it, have been able to do with these radios, once this gets going, this is going to be viral around America and around the world. This is fascinating stuff if you know what's going on. So good evening, Mark, and thank you for joining me. And I hope we can have a couple of conversations, because I know you're working on this. You've got all sorts of experiments going, and we are going to get involved with it in Canada. And I told you I was going to get the Canadian government involved. And so I'd like to do this interview today. We'll go through the basics, and then hopefully we can do some interviews down the road as we go along, and you can update us as to what's happening, because you've got a lot of stuff planned. So let's go through your background, your technical background, and then go through the whole thing that you were the guy behind the harmonic convergence, which a lot of people may not know. So let's go through your background first.
Okay, well, my background is that I have been an entrepreneur. I started 3 different companies. The first was an internet security company that was very successful, that I started in 1992 and sold that in 1999. Before that, I worked for Sun Microsystems. I was a computer graphics expert with a degree in computer-aided design, and I was hired by Sun to help develop software to make it easy for companies to port their 3D CAD programs to the Sun platform. So that was one of my, that's kind of my origin and my background and formal training. So after working for Sun for 5 years, I started a company called Netrex, which was an internet security company. It was the first pure play internet security company in the world. And by 1999, I had built that to about 165 employees with 7 offices in the US. And I was approached by a public company that wanted to buy my company, so I sold it. And then I retired for a few years. I started my second business, which was called Nanorex, and that was a 3D modeling program for designing and then ultimately synthesizing nanoscale machine systems. And when I first started developing the software for Nanorex, I thought maybe it would be possible to actually design and simulate on the computer nanoscale machine systems in atomic resolution, but I really doubted that in my lifetime that I could actually synthesize or fabricate these designs. And to my own surprise, 2 years after I started the company, we began a collaboration with Caltech, a group of nanotechnologists that call themselves structural DNA nanotechnologists. And what they specialize in is designing things out of DNA that will self-assemble into these larger target structures. And we began adding support in our software for designing things out of DNA that then could actually be synthesized in the lab. And we successfully did this. And by 2008, 2 years after the collaboration started with Caltech, we had a version of our software that had the full support for designing and then fabricating things out of DNA. And we were able to successfully synthesize and image nanoscale particles or target structures that had 500,000 atoms in each structure. There were a billion of copies made in one pot reaction, and we imaged that, and it was a big deal because we went from design to synthesis in just a few days, which was quite a feat. So that business, I decided to shut down voluntarily in 2009 because I was visited by the CIA, and they just gave me a friendly visit to ask me what my intentions were with the software, who was interested in using it, etc. By that time, this was right after we had our first success at synthesizing our target structure. I had been adding support in the software for laying down peptide chains, and we were beginning a collaboration with the University of Washington to incorporate a module that was called Rosetta. And Rosetta software could take an arbitrary long string of amino acids and predict the folding pattern of the protein that it would end up being. And my idea was that by providing a way for people to easily lay down peptide chains in a 3D modeling environment and then predicting the folding pattern of that amino acid sequence, you could use these folded proteins as building blocks in the model. And we had a support in the software for storing these structures and then later pulling them out and using them as like Legos to build something larger. And as I was learning about this, I got interested in viruses because viruses were living organisms. They self-replicate. They're relatively simple in structure, and so I began looking at them. And one of the things I realized pretty quickly is that even though viruses have a lot of proteins that make up all their organelles and components, they don't require very many individual proteins or types of proteins. So let me say that again. You could have, let's say, 30 different proteins that would be all the different types of proteins that you would need to create a virus. But the virus might use 1 million of those 30 proteins to self-assemble into itself. And when I realized that and realized where we were going with this software, that it became a very big concern of mine that we were making something that a high school student potentially could use to design a synthetic virus and actually make it, because making a virus is very simple once you create the first one. And so I saw it as a real problem that the software could, it was free. We made it public domain software. And so I shut that down and retired again. And I took up ballroom dancing. And that's when I had this experience in 2012.
Yeah. And that, I think that's important to show that you're not a crazy guy. You actually even you're an atheist. And tell the story about the Mormon thing, because we're going to go pretty far down the rabbit hole today. And people got to realize that you're not the guy people would be expected to be going down the rabbit hole.
Yeah. So my entire adult life, I've been an atheist, and a pretty hardcore atheist. I grew up in a religious environment. My grandparents on both sides were very religious. My parents weren't so much very religious. And I think it was, they kind of rebelled silently, not actively, against religion because it had been so strict all their lives. So when I was born into a Christian family, but the only times I would really go to Sunday school was when we were visiting my grandparents, which was often because they didn't live far away in Indiana, where I was born. So I got a traditional Christian education as a very young boy. And but by the time I was a teenager, I began questioning whether there was actually a God. There was no evidence in my experience. And to me, it seemed that, there was a lot of guilt associated with the religious dogma, and that was being used to control people. And so I suspected this. And then finally in college, I had a very good friend who invited me to a Mormon church gathering. It was one of these gatherings in which they were welcoming people who might be interested in learning about the Mormon religion. And so my friend had become interested, and he invited me to come, and he was my best friend. So I went and I listened to the story of Joseph Smith and the golden plates and the angel and the, deciphering of the golden plates, which became the Mormon Bible. And I was given some material to read from this Bible study group, and I took it back home and I read it, and I found it quite humorous, actually. I was laughing to myself, and that for me was kind of the last straw. I said, all religions are superstitious and full of BS, because it's just about people trying to control large groups of people through the dogma of religion and guilt and all of that. So I made a conscious decision to say I'm an atheist, and I remained an atheist my entire adult life. That is until something happened to me in 2012.
Yeah.
And
now that's where I want to go. Like when I heard you told the Mormon story about Joseph Smith, it's almost like you became Joseph Smith. I was almost thinking, like, is he the reincarnation of Joseph Smith? So let's go into your story. And this is why I want to build this background, that you're not the guy that should be telling this story. So let's tell the story, 2012. And we had a conversation before. I pointed out the fact that Ray Hernandez had a dramatic experience in 2012. Chris Bledsoe had an experience in 2012. I had an experience in 2012. And all three of us shifted our life in a complete 180 degree. And you did the same thing. So let's go to your, how do you get into this whole UFO alien thing in 2012?
So in the spring of 2012, happened to be surfing the internet on my computer. Just hold on, my dog's.
It's okay.
Bingo, come here, buddy. So anyway, I had come across this video of the Disclosure Project, which was an event that was organized by Dr. Stephen Greer in 2001. And I had never heard of it before and just happened to watch it. It came up randomly as I was killing time, entertaining myself watching YouTube videos. And so I started watching it. It's about a 2-hour long video, and I was just pulled into it. I found it very compelling, and the people who were giving their personal testimony of either encountering UFOs or their face-to-face contact experiences, very believable. These were articulate professionals who had served in the US military or in government positions. And I found them very credible. And after watching the Disclosure Project, I was left with the realization that if what they were saying was true, this is the most important story in human history. And I wanted to know the truth about it. It was clear that if it were true, that it was being kept from the general public. And I wanted to know the truth about it. And I was intrigued by Dr. Greer because he was a civilian. He wasn't from the government or a military guy who had, testified during the Disclosure Project. He was just there to organize it and kind of MC it. And what I learned quickly about Greer is that he was a doctor from North Carolina and a civilian, and he had taken his own time to organize this event, and he had written 3 books. So I bought the books, I read them, and from the books I learned that he had developed this meditative practice called the CE5 protocol, and had taught this protocol for initiating contact with extraterrestrial intelligence to thousands of people since the mid or early 1990s. So I thought I might want to try it. I was very skeptical, but after reading his books and finding testimonies of other people who had been to his retreats and learned the protocol, I wanted to give it a shot. So I registered for the next event, which happened to be in November of 2012 in Borrego Springs, California. I was living in Michigan at the time, so I decided to register and reserved my hotel room. And I flew out to San Diego, rented a car, drove to Borrego, which is about a 2-hour drive northeast of San Diego, and participated in this 6-day retreat. And on the 5th night of us meditating every evening in the desert, we would typically start about 8 o'clock in the evening, and we would go until 1 o'clock in the morning. We would do this every night, and there were unusual things that happened over the first 5 days, but nothing that gave me the concrete evidence that, we're not alone. This is the burning question that I wanted answered is, are they here? And if they are, who are they? So when we were sitting out meditating on the 5th evening, we had just come out of a long meditation, and somebody in the group said that they, while meditating, were given a message that something significant would happen after 11 p.m. that night. And this was probably around 10:30. So this individual was a senior CE5 experiencer, and Greer took what he said very seriously and said, well, let's, take a break here and let's get back together in our group and just watch the sky around 11. So 11 o'clock approaches, we gather back in our circle, we're sitting in our chairs. I'm gonna close this door because that sunlight's. All right, that's much better.
Beautiful. Sunny California.
So now I'm in sunny California, and the weather's beautiful, so very, very lucky. So anyway, I'm sitting with a group, and there's 25 of us observing the sky, and right where I happen to be looking in the sky, this object materializes out of thin air. And it is unquestionably a craft. That was my interpretation anyway at the time. It looked like a geodesic sphere, but it was shaped as an ellipsoid, kind of like an egg shaped, and it was covered or defined by these triangular facets that that made it look like a ruby, like a Fabergé egg floating in the sky. It was amazing, not just for the mere fact that it materialized out of thin air, but it was illuminated from within and radiating this light that was otherworldly. It really struck me with a sense of awe and of divinity. And I will never forget that moment of really feeling like I was seeing something from a higher dimension or angelic. You know, it just had that quality of the light and the beauty of it. The light and the color was otherworldly. It's just not something I've ever seen in my life.
Can I break in and ask you, looking back, did you have any personal connection to the thing? People will describe about the fact that it was there for you, or you had some connection to it.
Well, looking back on the experience, one of the takeaways I now believe is that because it appeared right directly in my line of sight, I could not have been looking at a better point in the sky for it to see it materialize out of thin air. I now believe that it was that was on purpose. It was for me, even though it was witnessed by many other people, none of them saw it materialize out of thin air like I did. And because of that, I tracked it with my eyes the entire time it was visible, which wasn't very long. It was only visible for 3, maybe 4 seconds at the most. And there were a few people in our group of 25 that didn't see it because they had their backs to it. It wasn't directly over our head. It was to the east-northeast of us, which was right in front of me, slightly to the left. But to the people sitting in the circle on the other side of me, unfortunately, they did not see it. So
how long was it there?
It was there for maybe 3 to 4 seconds. I saw it materialize, and then I saw it dematerialize just as quickly. And during this entire transition of it materializing in the sky, it never fully materialized into a solid object. I could always see the stars behind it. It was large. So as it was floating in the night sky, I could see the stars behind it. And that made me realize it was never fully materialized.
And you, like when I saw my first one, you fell off the edge of the earth. Is that correct?
Well, it really shocked me, and in a good way. My initial reaction was elation, because I knew for the first time in my life that we are not alone, that we are truly not only is there life elsewhere, which to me is something to celebrate, but they're right here. You know, they're right here on Earth. That was my initial thought, was yes, indeed, they're here. They're clearly making themselves reclusive for some reason that's unknown to me and others. It's not just the government that is covering this up. It is they themselves are making themselves scarce.
Right.
And in this, I think, is a really important point for everyone who's listening to this to realize that the government isn't covering this up. They are. And there's, in my belief, there's a reason, and a very good reason and logical reason, why they're keeping themselves reclusive. And we can get into that later as I share more about my face-to-face contact experience and what I was taught by an extraterrestrial named Tezjbar.
Okay, so let's get to how you go back to the site. Everybody goes back to the hotel, but you actually take your chair, you go back to the site, and then you go through this protocol in the middle of the night where you have this encounter. So go through that.
Yeah, so I was very excited, and all of us were, who had seen it, and we just, for the rest of that night, talked about the implications of the fact that we saw this major sighting of this big object, and we are definitely not alone. And we were kind of comparing. And I just felt like I was on cloud nine because I saw, now I was convinced. I had my first sighting. There was no question that they do exist and they're here. Now the questions are, who are they? Where are they from? What's their agenda? Why are they keeping themselves so reclusive? So after we ended the evening at 1 o'clock, we packed up our folding chairs, we got in our cars. I went back to my hotel and got ready for bed. I was laying in bed, and I, of course, couldn't sleep because my mind is just going. It's ruminating about all these questions, and the excitement of that evening and what I saw juiced me up. So the last thing I could think about was sleep. And so it occurred to me after laying there for about 20 minutes that maybe I could try doing this CE5 meditation in my hotel room. Let's see what happens. What do I have to lose? And my guess was that because it was such a major sighting, they made themselves very obvious to us, and especially to me. They were probably observing how we were each reacting to that sighting. And I assumed that they were operating with very advanced technology, and they were probably monitoring me. And so I was going to go for it. I'm like, I'm here to learn and to know the truth. And if you are there, I'm ready. I'm not going to freak out. And it would be my honor to meet you. So before I prepared for my meditation, I decided it would be important, in the rare, unexpected, or unlikely occasion that an ET materialized or walked into the room, I should have a greeting prepared at the very least. And so I thought about it, and I decided there were 3 things that I would want to say to an extraterrestrial from another star system that had decided to visit me. Number 1, that I was very grateful and honored. 2, that I desired a relationship, a friendship, because Greer had claimed he had made contact with a number of beings. He had friendships. A few other of the people who were there at the retreat, who had been doing it for years, claimed that they had face-to-face contact and had established friendships. And so now that I knew that they were most likely telling the truth, I wanted that intent to be known. So that was the second thing. And then the third and final thing I decided to say in my greeting is that I completely trust them to do with me and my body anything that they chose. I completely, unconditionally trusted them. And that was just because I'd heard of contactees and experiencers who were invited to go on board these craft. And I just wanted to have a general, knowing that, whatever they chose to do, that I wasn't going to freak out, and I was game for any experience, going on board a ship, whatever else. I had no idea. So then, after crafting my invitation or my greeting with these 3 aspects, I began the meditation. I closed my eyes and I began the mantra, a 3-syllable mantra that anybody who's done the CE5 protocol knows. It's I'm Na Ma. There's a tonality to it. It goes, I'm Na Ma, I'm Na Ma. And you close your eyes and you do a thought sequence visualization. And after about, I would say, 3 to 4 minutes into doing that, I noticed in my mind's eye a swirling pool of light, like a whirlpool, emerging in my third eye. And it was very faint at first, but it was there. And I just continued to focus on it and continue with the mantra. And it began to slowly condense into a sphere. It was like swirling, and then all this light was coming together into a well-defined bright sphere, and it got very bright, very unexpected. I'd never had an experience like that before. And so I just stayed with it and continued the mantra. And then these rings of light came from my periphery into this orb or into this sphere. And that continued for about a full minute. And then that stopped. And then this orb began to slowly morph into a humanoid figure standing right in front of me. And I just sat there, kept keeping my eyes closed, keeping the mantra going, and waiting for something to happen to this image that I'm seeing with my eyes closed. And it's persistent. It's just there. It's not moving. So finally, after 5 or more minutes, I decided to just open my eyes and see what would happen. And when I opened my eyes, standing at the end of my bed is a light beam, as if my eyes had been open the entire time. But now, because my eyes are adjusted to the darkness, I can make out my room. There's enough, light in the nighttime, and my eyes have adjusted. I can make out the room, and he's standing in front of curtains in a window, and I can see through parts of his body, and he's clearly not physical. It's purely made of light. If I had seen this at any other time in any other context, I would have assumed either it was a ghost or it was a hologram. It was very thin. It was roughly my height, about 5'10", 5'11" in height. Its head, in proportion to its body, was somewhat larger, slightly larger than a human head to its body. The most unusual thing about its head initially that I noticed was it had what I thought was a crest. It had this, kind of bilateral sloping or slant to its head that gave the impression that it had this crest kind of going back to the back of its head. But the rest of its face and the shape of its head was like a human. And it had eyes that were round, not the almond eyes that you see with the grays or the classic aliens. These were just normal round eyes, but there was a slit for a pupil. And I wasn't afraid at all. I just was blessed. I felt, this is just amazing. And I sat there as I looked at it. The other unusual thing about him, he was scintillating a little bit. There were parts of his body that were sparkling. Now his face was opaque, very bright. And so I couldn't make out if it had a nose or a mouth. If it had one, my guess is that they were very small. I didn't see any ears, kind of poking out of the side of his head. And the other unusual thing is the fact that he was so bright. I should have seen some reflection light or ambient light lighting up the walls around him and the bed in front that he was, right in front of. And there was not that. And it was really weird. My training, as I said earlier, is in 3D computer graphics. And I personally written programs way back in the day when I was young on taking 3D data and rendering a realistic scene. And it's really important to get the lighting just right if you're after realism. And so you pay a lot of detail to, ambient light sources or light sources in the ambient lighting effects and specular highlights. And as I'm looking at this thing, something's missing. Something's missing from the scene, and it's that there's no ambient light. And I now believe that what I was actually seeing was a composition of my third eye that had been activated, the third eye, the pineal gland, and that I had actually been seeing this being before I opened my eyes with the third eye. And when I opened my eyes, what I was then seeing was a composite image of what my vision was, the room, and the perception of this being. And my guess is that if somebody else had been in the room with me, they would not have seen Tezjbar, this being that later introduced himself as Tezjbar.
Wow.
So,
did he have clothes on?
No clothes that I could make out. He was just scintillating. And again, he had this very thin neck, pretty broad shoulders for as skinny as he was, and a thin body that tapered down, very masculine. It wasn't, feminine. There was nothing feminine about this creature or this entity that was standing in front of me. It came across as a very masculine energy and visual being. And so he had these long arms. They were slightly longer than human arms, or maybe it was just the fingers were significantly longer than human fingers. I couldn't count his digits because his hands were at his side. So, like this. And I tried counting his fingers, but there was no way. And the glow around his hands as well made it very kind of fuzzy. So I couldn't see specifically what his fingers looked like. All I could tell is that his fingers were longer than human fingers.
Was there more emotion at this point, or excitement? Did the excitement increase, or what happened there? Or were you just observing?
I was just observing, because just hours before I'd seen this craft materialize out of thin air, and then it vanished. It dematerialized, and I was kind of worried or half expecting for him to just vanish. He was just showing me that he exists, and there he is. I didn't know what was going to happen. But I wanted to observe him to burn into my memory what I was looking at, because I'm a fairly decent artist, and I wanted to render a picture of what I had seen. And so that was my initial goal. And I was also, there was this sense of awe of what I was experiencing. There very much was. I was really blown away that I was having this experience. And I knew immediately what a privilege it was to be standing in the presence of some, highly intelligent being that was clearly not physical. That was, hard to compute at first, because again, being an atheist and not believing in ghosts or the spirit realm or any of that, this was kind of an awakening of sorts. So I'm dealing with that.
Can I jump in with one question, sort of off topic? But you said that you're a pretty good artist. In your regular set where you do your interviews in your home, you have some art on the wall. Is that your art? And do you do art like? Are you an actual painter where you paint? I'm not a prolific artist, but I have painted and drawn pictures myself. But it's, I think the last piece I did was maybe 2 years ago. So it's, and I've never rendered a picture of Tezjbar, as it turns out. Every time I've attempted to do it, it's just not right. I can't get the essence. And so I've given up the few times that I've attempted to do it. It's just, yeah. The reason I mentioned is because we're doing a series on experiencers who are artists. There's a pretty clear connection between the two, or with music. The other one is music. But so anyway, so you're with Tezjbar now. Describe introducing what happens next, and get to that part of the story.
So once I've taken the time to burn into my memory what I'm looking at, I decide to give my greeting, and I do it telepathically. I didn't say it out loud, because I now believe that what Greer and others were saying is that they can read your mind. You don't need to say things out loud. So I gave him my greeting telepathically. And I said what I mentioned earlier. I'm very honored and grateful to have you here. I hope this is the beginning of a lifelong friendship. And I trust you to do with me and my body anything that you wish. I completely trust you. And as soon as that thought was finished, that greeting was finished, he began walking around the end of my bed and approaching me on my left side. And I'm like, uh-oh, I was sitting up, and I was not, I didn't want to move a muscle. I didn't want to give him any cause to run away or to think I would do anything. So I was just going with it. But I was starting to get a little freaked out, but not bad, because he was very slowly coming towards me. It wasn't quick at all. And I was just glued to his eyes, because those eyes were, I mean, if you have an extraterrestrial walking slowly towards you, you want to look in his eyes. And as he approached me, and then he stopped, and he's right next to me on my left side, I'm looking up to it in his eyes, and his face couldn't have been more than 2 feet away, 2 feet or less. I'm looking into his eyes, and what I realize is that I'm not looking into his eyes. I'm literally looking into sockets of a skull. And what I thought were pupils were the optic nerve canal, that part of the orbital socket that, the optic nerve from the eyeball goes to the brain. And when I saw that, I'm like doing a double take, like, is this really what I think it is? And the confirmation came because I could see the little platelets in the orbital. The inside of the orbital or the eye sockets are made up of a series of small bones that kind of are buttressed up against each other, and they're these little fissures that are very identifiable. And I recognize those fissures in the sockets of his eyeballs. And as this is beginning to compute, I notice something's moving. I look down, and it's his hand. He's got his index finger, and he's slowly coming towards my left elbow. So I'm just looking down like this, waiting, at my elbow. So his finger is slowly coming towards me, and I know he's going to be touching me, and I'm going to allow it. I said I trusted him, so here we go. I'm going to allow this. And he touches me, and I feel a tingly sensation, kind of like pins and needles or static electricity. It was very faint at first, but it was definitely a sensation I could feel. And then he started to insert his finger into my elbow, and that tingly feeling began to grow as he penetrated my body with his hand. And he continued to penetrate through my left side and then through my back. And as his hand is going through the right side of my body, his right shoulder is now beginning to merge with my left shoulder. And as soon as that happened, I started to freak out, because that pins and needles feeling is getting all of a sudden very intense very quickly. It was already getting intense when he was putting his hand through, and it was like, going down that big hill on the top of a roller coaster. That's what it felt like ah! And it took every bit of willpower I had to keep myself seated and still, because that fight or flight response was kicking in very quickly. And I caught myself, and I forced myself to write it out. So I allowed this being to merge with me, completely submerged himself inside of me. I am lit up, literally tingling all over. And my heart's racing, and I'm just, trying to do everything I can from freaking out. And finally, after about 30 seconds, I noticed this sensation beginning to dissipate, which gave me a sense of calming down, because it was really intense. But after, another minute or two, it started calming down to the point where I knew it was going to stop. And after another minute or two, it completely subsided. And I was left with, feeling normal again. But I had this acute awareness that there was another entity inside of me. And it's the weirdest thing, because I was so certain of it, that there was another being inside of me, another sentient being taking residence in my body, that I had to stop for a minute. Like, is this really happening? Is this really? And so as I'm, computing this and integrating it, it occurs to me, well, let's ask him a question. And my first question is, what is your name? And out loud, he says, using my vocal cords and my mouth, he says, Tezjbar, just like that. And I said, Tezjbar? And he said, no, Tezjbar. And I said, spell it. And he said, Tezjbar, Tezjbar. And when he spelled it, then I could get the pronunciation, and I repeated it a number of times until I felt he was pleased. There was a real sense and a feeling I got that he was, pleased with my proper pronunciation of his name. So once that had happened, I asked him my second question, and that is, where are you from? And he says, I'm from Earth. And I'm like, what? You do not look like any creature I've ever seen from Earth. Can you explain? And he says, yes, I was once human like you. I lived roughly 3,000 years ago in an area that is today called Tierra del Fuego. You will find it at the southern tip of South America. Well, I had never heard of Tierra del Fuego, and this came through so clear that I wanted to confirm it. I had my laptop, I had Wi-Fi access and internet access at the hotel, and I wanted to stop what I was doing because it occurred to me at the time that this was all happening that maybe, although this experience had definitely happened to me, maybe it triggered in my consciousness the creation of an alter ego. And my mom is a academic psychologist, and I knew all about split personality disorder and schizophrenics, and maybe, it occurred to me, maybe I'm just imagining this and I'm creating some invisible, alter ego to have a discussion with. But this was objective, confirmable information that I would otherwise not know. And I felt it was important to confirm it. So I got my laptop, I started Google Earth, and I typed in Tierra del Fuego in the search field, and I hit the search button. And you know how the globe begins to spin and zoom into the location that you're searching for. And I could tell it was going to the southern tip of South America. And the hair on my neck was standing on end as that's happening. I'll never forget the chills I got, because it was the hard confirmation that I wasn't crazy. It was really happening. I was having some kind of experience that I would have never imagined was possible.
Now, we discussed before, I just want to jump in here because you were surprised that he was from Earth. Now, when you're in the CE5, everybody's assuming that these are aliens from other planets. So
Right.
You and I have discussed this before. What do you say about this whole controversy about who we're actually dealing with? Because yours was not an alien; it was an ascended being or whatever, right?
Well, at the time, I thought it was an extraterrestrial, and that they were either projecting a hologram to maybe protect themselves from any physical reaction that I might have to harm them, or maybe they're multidimensional beings. That occurred to me for the first time. Well, when I saw the ship a few hours earlier, that was the first time that I had witnessed, something that seemed extra dimensional, that had phased into my physical reality and then left. And so that kind of planted this concept of higher dimensional, existence. So when I was looking at him, again, because of the nature of the light and he wasn't emitting light around the room, that also gave me the idea that maybe this is a interdimensional being that I'm having an encounter with. And so, but I was very surprised that his answer was he was from Earth, especially because I had read some literature by this time, and I'd talked with enough people at this event who claimed to have contact with beings from other star systems, and nobody said that they had an experience or a contact with an Earth being. So I, when I found that out, I wanted to confirm what he had said. And before I put away my computer, I decided to Google his name. It was such an unusual spelling. I didn't expect anything, but when I Googled it, it turned out that there was one hit in the entire Google library. And when I clicked on the link, it took me to a book that had been published in 1916 and was in the Google Docs library. It had been scanned and converted into electronic text. And in that electronic copy of the book, That book was, again, written by an anthropologist named Jonathan Cooper, published in 1916. And the title of the book was The Tribes of Tierra del Fuego. And in the back of the book, there's a glossary of common words that were translated from the native tongue of the what's called Fuegian language of those tribes in southern Argentina into phonetic English. And there was a word, Tezjbar, spelled exactly Tezjbar, that translated into forehead. So for me, this was another hard confirmation that I wasn't imagining this. So I put away my laptop, and I had been keeping a journal the entire 6 days that I was with Greer and taking notes every day. So I got that journal and I began interviewing this being that was clearly in my body. And my next question to him is, what happened? You were a human, what are you now? And he explained that when he died as a human, he ascended to what he called the astral realm. And I said, well, that sounds like heaven, like the Christian concept of heaven. And he says, yes, that's what the Christians call it, but it's much more complex and involved than the Christian concept of heaven. And I said, well, is this where I'm going to go then when I die? And he said, no, not necessarily. What typically happens when a human dies is they're reincarnated to continue their journey of learning. Only under certain conditions, when certain requirements are met, do you ascend. And I asked him, I said, well, what are these requirements for ascension? And he said, well, I'll get back to that. Let's talk about other things. Basically, is the way he put it. He didn't answer that question. So I began asking him about his life as a human, and he went on to explain that he was a chieftain of a mighty tribe in the Tierra del Fuego region, and that he was loved by his people. He was a good leader. He ruled through love, and he was being of service to his people. And little did I know at the time, he was giving me a clue to the answer to the question I just asked him, which later I just he left me the answer to this question, which I'll mention in a moment. So as we're talking about this, I said, so you're saying that I was alive in a previous lifetime, that I'm reincarnated, and that I've been somebody else. And he says, yes. And I said, well, who was I before I was Mark Sims? And he said, you were a wolf, which blew me away, because when I was born as of course, a young boy, I began howling instinctively, howling as a baby. And by the time I was 3 years old, I was so good at howling that I would entertain my parents' friends. They would ask me to howl like a wolf. And when I would howl as a 3-year-old, I wouldn't just pretend. I really became the wolf. I remember, I have still the memory of doing this. And I was, I felt like I became the wolf when I was howling. And I developed a repertoire of all these different howls. And so, and the wolf connection has been throughout my life. So that resonated with me. And so there much more happened over this period of time that speaks to this question of my previous life being a wolf. But basically, what I was learning from Tezjbar is that we indeed are, that reincarnation is a truth, according to Tezjbar. And he went on to explain that before we become human, we go through the animal kingdom before we enter the human kingdom. Those are his words. That individuated consciousness begins in the animal kingdom with the most simple animals with the smallest brains. And he gave examples of the arthropod family as, where that process begins. And that when insects live and then they die, their developing soul, which he called the astral body, which is just a phase of the soul's evolution, is reborn or reincarnated into another insect for many thousands of lifetimes. And that insect stage is the first stage of a 4-stage process before we get to the human stage of consciousness. And
So I just wanted to interrupt because you were mentioning this thing about the astral body being inside. Did he not mention this fact that it's like a butterfly, like inside a cocoon, that as you're living, you're building your astral body for the next life, and that when you die, the butterfly emerges and moves to the next body, that you're actually building an astral body while you're living. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's right. And so this astral body is developing through the incarnations of initially simple animals into more and more complex. The stage 2 family of animals, he said, were the reptiles, amphibians, and fish. Stage 3, and I'm just generalizing, birds and waterfowl. Stage 4 is mammals and marsupials, and stage 5 is human. And that there is a first incarnation as a human. And what I learned later, I thought when he had explained all this to me, that Mark Sims, this incarnation as Mark Sims, was the first human incarnation. But I learned after a while, that through his help, that I had been a human and that I had a karmic debt to pay, because I was this Native American warrior. I had killed an alpha male wolf out of ritual. I had not gotten the permission from the elders. I had done it kind of as a rebel, and there's a whole backstory to that. But the bottom line is that because I murdered a wolf, an alpha no less, when I died in that lifetime, I was reincarnated as a wolf to pay a karmic debt. But it turns out that, according to Tezjbar again, that the wolf experience, which is one of the great spirit animals in Native American culture, what prepared me for this life. That my business success and my leadership abilities, according to Tezjbar, came in part from the fact that my most recent incarnation was as a wolf, and that I had led a pack. I'd started my own clan and grew it to how many ever wolves were in that pack, and that prepared me for this lifetime.
And so there's the 3 different levels. So you have your first level is your humans, and then you ascend. Is there? I think you were mentioning in one of your lectures this fact that whatever is your hang up, that's where you come back to learn empathy and understanding. So if you're a racist or whatever, you'll come back into that's part of it as well, right?
Absolutely. So here are some of the big picture things that Tezjbar explained to me. Number 1, that the earth is a soul factory. Think of it as a soul factory. And that all of nature is participating in the evolution of consciousness, that being humans and beyond. And he shared with me what happens, after we graduate to the next stage. And the experience we're having is a physical experience in what he termed the physical realm. The 3 levels that you spoke of are the 3 realms of creation, according to Tezjbar. So you have at the very top, the top realm you could think of in a hierarchical standpoint as the celestial realm or the etheric realm. The next realm is the astral realm, and the most dense is the physical realm. And so you have associated with each one of these realms at 5 stages of conscious evolution. And overlaid on top of that are the dimensions of consciousness. So you have famously said, and I love this, it's all about consciousness. And that is at the heart of what Tezjbar taught me, that what's really going on here is a conscious experience. And we are evolving collectively as individuated conscious beings in an orchestra or in a choreographed theater. And some of us are at the beginning of this process, others are much further along. And according to Tezjbar, he was much further along and was sharing with me what it was like for him to go from the human stage of consciousness to the stage he was now at, which was at the highest level, the celestial level. So he went on to explain that he had ascended 3,000 years ago, according to our timeline, to the astral realm. He spent a lot of time there going through 5 additional stages of conscious evolution. He went into some detail about what each one of those was about and the purpose of those. And then he talked about the second ascension from the astral to the celestial. And he gave the analogy, just like from the physical to the astral level, there's a butterfly developing inside the cocoon that gets released. And that's what this ascension process is about. So what I would like to share with everyone, if I may, is a chart that I developed with his tutelage. And this chart is called the Universal Consciousness Development Chart. And it's an attempt to explain these 15 stages of conscious evolution with the overlaid 15 dimensions of consciousness and the other dimensions of reality. And it's a model for explaining what we're going through. And it's a real mind blower. And I'm coming out, really, this is the first time since I gave that presentation in 2013, publicly bringing this to the public. And much more detail than I did, because I limited myself to an hour. And I was still learning as well. So
let me just go back to, you did that presentation the year after your experience. So the question comes, what did Greer say after you talked to him about what had happened? What was his reaction?
Well, I never talked to Greer again about this. I did go to another CE5 retreat with him, but I never approached him and shared with him what I had experienced back in 2012.
Wow.
And there were a number of reasons I decided not to do that. My intuition, my gut told me not to say anything to him. And I imagine, Stephen's a well-known guy in this area, and he's a very busy person. And I just didn't feel it was appropriate for me to approach him and share with him everything that was happening to me. And I was still relatively shy about coming out. And there were things that happened immediately after, when I returned back to Michigan, that were not very pleasant. When I finally shared with my wife what had happened in California and what I was experiencing. And so what I was experiencing, according to Tezjbar, was a communion experience. Now, I had read the book Communion back in the 1990, roughly. It had been a bestseller on the New York Times bestseller list. I was not into ETs or UFOs, but because this book had become so popular and it had such a interesting image on the cover, I decided to read it. And so I had read that book. And when, during my own communion experience, Tezjbar explained to me that first morning of our communion, he said, "You are having a communion experience." And he went on to share with me that it's the union of 3 things: the physical body, the astral body, and the celestial body. And little did I know at the time that this was a huge clue to who and what Tezjbar was. He said that of course, it's my physical body, And I learned, through him that I have this soul, or a developing soul, that's called the astral body. And then there's this celestial body that that's non-physical, that's, a higher dimensional, ascended being that had merged with me, and we were in a form of communion or Trinity. And that's exactly how he described it. And I later went to read, a definition of communion. The communion I knew was the one from, Catholicism, the Eucharist. But there's another definition in the Webster Dictionary that it's the intimate sharing of feelings and emotions between two or more people. And that's exactly what was happening, because I was communicating with Tezjbar initially with telepathy in a dialogue. It was a back and forth dialogue, but this soon evolved into what I would call downloads. I would ask a question that would require a lot of information, a complex answer to fully answer my question. And instead of him telepathically transmitting the knowledge to me in dialogue form, he began feeding me information. And I think these are what most people call downloads. And initially, these downloads were given to me like plates of food. I love this analogy because it really is true for myself when I was experiencing this, that I was presented an answer on a plate. And on the plate was the information, the answer to my question. And I would take a bite and I'd swallow, and then I would regurgitate what I just learned in that first bite. And Tezjbar would acknowledge that I indeed had received the information correctly. And initially he would say, right. And then he would have these falling stars. I was doing this with my eyes closed. And these falling stars would appear in my third eye as I asked the question, is this right? Is this right? Regurgitating the information I was learning. And every once in a while, I wouldn't get that falling star, and he would say no. And I would have to rethink it or re-eat that piece of information, and then I would get it right. And over time, over the next few days, I became so good at integrating these downloads of information that I didn't need the falling stars anymore. I would just know instantly everything I needed to know. But it took some training and getting used to doing that. So
yeah, he was with you for what, 12 days?
13 days.
13 days. Okay.
Yeah, 13 days. And so communion was what he called it. And he left me on of course, the 13th day, and I'll share with everyone what that was like. But before I get into that, I want to, share with you this chart that I developed over this 13-day period.
Okay.
So I'm going to share the screen, and this is called the Universal Consciousness Development Chart. Can everybody see that okay?
Yep.
And so what you're looking at is a two-dimensional projection of a multi-dimensional reality. And I know that's a lot to take in, but let me explain. So in the yellow area, you have 15 boxes grouped into 3 rows. And the 3 rows, starting with the top, is the celestial realm. Below that, the astral, and below that, the physical.
Yep.
And in each one of these realms, we have 5 boxes, and those represent the 5 stages in each one of these realms of the soul's journey or evolution to the next stage of its experience. And so we have basically 5 overlaid on top of that, on top of these 15 stages of the soul's evolution, you have 15 dimensions of consciousness, as explained to me. And he went through and explained what these are. In the physical realm, they are the 5 physical senses. Okay, So they really don't have anything to do with the stages, the discrete stages of the soul's evolution. It just, these are, think of them as inputs to your consciousness of your immediate surrounding. Okay, so that's what we mean by dimension. I also like to use the term awareness. These are dimensions of awareness, and we can turn them on and off at will. We can close our eyes and we've turned off one of the dimensions of consciousness. Okay. The next stage is the astral realm, and there are, according to Tezjbar, 5 additional dimensions of consciousness at that stage, and he went into some description about what those are. And those are ESP, telepathy, astral travel or projection, and remote viewing is a type of that conscious dimension. Communal mind or hive mind, this is where 2 or more minds join together in one social memory complex, according to the law of one in the raw material. This I recognize as exactly what Tezjbar was talking about. And then I believe the 5th level is the emotional, is emotion itself. Emotion so astral beings experience emotion, but what I've learned is that it's much different than the kind of emotions that we experience in the physical realm. Because we have physical bodies and we can feel pain, we can experience loss, which in the astral and celestial realms, they're existing outside of time and space. They lose nothing. Everything's in the Akashic record. So they can always access a object, a loved one, a memory. So there's no loss at these levels of or realms of consciousness. So it's only in the physical that we experience extremes of emotional grief or ecstasy. And so that's just an important point to make here. At the celestial level, these dimensions of consciousness we associate with, God realization, unity consciousness, love consciousness, omniscience. These are as close as words will come to the experience of conscious existence at the celestial level. Tezjbar shared a kind of an allegory or an analogy for me because when we were starting to talk about these levels of consciousness at the very highest levels in this chart, he was saying, Mark, I am the frog and you're the tadpole at the bottom of a pond. You're in the water. You think that everything around you is the pond. But little do you know that above the pond, there's air and animals and creatures that are flying through the air, and that you're going to be one day in that realm. You're going to come out of the water and you're going to become the frog and breathe air. And I'm like, well, what's air? So he was trying to explain to me that there was no way for him to explain to me, because it's outside of my experience, what these levels of consciousness really are like. And so he just gave me some examples, but he was saying they don't capture the essence of what consciousness and conscious existence is like at the highest levels. That is something that I'll experience at a later time. So he did also explain to me that he was a level 12. He was in the 12th level of the celestial stage of, in this chart, he was at stage 12 of his own journey. And so he had gone through a second ascension. He shared with me what that was like, which was really enlightening and an amazing story that I write about in the book that I'm about to publish. But so that's what the 15 yellow boxes are.
Now you mentioned that he had talked about when you get to his level, that all these people are coming back that used to be on the earth, and that's why we're having this integration, and they're upset with what's going on, and they're here to help. So can you explain that concept?
Yeah, he said the way that this works, when there is the second ascension, when the astral being ascends to the celestial level, they go through a period of transition and adjustment. It's like being born again. Just like when you ascend from the physical to the astral, there is this very intense adjustment for your consciousness. And people who have had near-death experiences come back and tell stories about being greeted by people who are deceased to tell them that they're not ready and they have to go back, that kind of thing. And there's often a very bright light. And what Tezjbar explained to me is that these are indeed astral beings that are part of your soul group. They're your loved ones that are there to help you through that transition, because immediately after you're dead, you still associate with your physical life and the form of that body that you thought you were. And they're there to kind of handhold you through the process, because what ends up happening through this period of transition and adjustment, and this is stage 6, this all happens in the very beginning of stage 6 in this chart, is that you begin to have recall of your previous lifetimes. And it's very confusing to integrate that. And what happens is the people that are your loved ones sitting there helping you through this transition, they will shift into the people that you were in lifetimes before your most previous lifetime. And that will help you on your way to integrating and adjusting to your new conscious experience. And so you have an energy body. It by and large takes on the form of a star tetrahedron. So if anybody's heard of the Merkaba, that is what Tezjbar explained to me. And that's why stage 6, if you look at this box, I show a 6-pointed star, or the seed of life. This is a sacred geometry figure that I incorporate here, because this is the sacred geometry associated with the star tetrahedron. It's a 2-dimensional projection of the star tetrahedron, which itself is a 3D projection of a higher dimensional being. So that's really important let me say that again. Astral beings are higher dimensional beings, but when they project or manifest into the physical realm, what you're seeing is a 3-dimensional projection of a higher dimensional being. And if you take that 3-dimensional projection and further project it down into 2 dimensions, it looks like the Star of David. Okay, so in all these cases, I've included a sacred geometry figure where they're here to denote something significant, a analogy between sacred geometry and the stage that we are going through in our conscious evolution. And again, this is all according to Tezjbar.
Symbol, let me ask you about the symbol you got in the bottom left, the Greer triangle from the crop circle. A lot of experiencers will talk about having the triangle on their wrists that they find. What's the symbolism of the triangle? Is that something really special?
I believe it's the Trinity that I spoke to earlier.
Okay.
It's the unity of the physical, the astral, and the celestial.
Okay.
And the celestial, I learned much later, Tezjbar himself is my higher self. It's that channel to God consciousness, to the Godhead. And it came to me at a time in my life when I was ready for enlightenment. I was wanting to know the truth about something very important to me, about the world and about reality, about the existence of ETs and UFOs. And but little did I anticipate or expect that that would get into this whole question about the afterlife and reincarnation and about higher realms, about heaven.
Wow.
It's a pretty amazing journey I've been on, and anybody, and there are others, I'm not the only, but it's a real mind blower, and it forces you to go through a reconciliation. And it's at times very challenging to let go of my previous worldview as an atheist.
Well, that's what I was pointing. You came a long way. You came from one end of the spectrum right to the other end of the spectrum, almost like in a couple of hours. Do you think there was or did you talk to Tezjbar about, was there an agreement between you and he to do this thing before birth, or was this planned, or is this random?
I've never talked to him about that. I am very aware of people who are reincarnated who believe that they had some kind of soul contract or some agreement to reincarnate for some specific purpose. And I do believe that that's true. And this very well may be one of the purposes to my life, is to share this knowledge with the rest of the world. And why I feel it's so important is because we are at the cusp of a major awakening that is instigated by the fact that we are facing an existential threat of our own making, the overpopulation of the world, without taking responsibility for ourselves in the treatment of nature and of our ecosystems and of each other in a loving way. And that our ancestors, these other family members that have moved on, are now ascending to the celestial level and returning to Earth. So according to Tezjbar, when he ascended the second time, he was out in the cosmos doing his thing in the astral body, but the process of transition and adjustment is so intense. He called it the ultimate painful and pleasure experience, like the most painful orgasm you could ever imagine.
Okay.
And that his body, or his energy body, was pulled back to Earth, and Gaia, Mother Earth, cradled him and nurtured him while he's going through this experience, anchoring him and grounding him so that he doesn't, cease to exist. She's kind of keeping that energy together from just dissipating, because it's like a nova of energy, supernova of energy. So it comes back to the Earth. She cradles it and keeps it contained so that it can adjust and become, get used to its new existence as a celestial being. And then as it, develops its legs, so to speak, like an infant, it begins to explore in its new state of consciousness. And for Tezjbar, what he explained, he wanted to check out Tierra del Fuego and the area down there. And what he saw happening there in our timeline right now is that his sacred homeland, his sacred lands, were being desecrated by oil and gas exploration, deforestation, and he was horrified by what was happening down there. And so, according to him, in our first 24 hours of communion back in Borrego Springs, I tell the story in my book that's coming out about doing yoga. I was doing yoga daily back in 2012, and I had not done yoga since I had arrived in Borrego Springs, and I really felt I needed to exercise and stretch. And so I had communed with Tezjbar. I had not slept all night. I wanted to go out in the desert and continue my communion, but I thought doing it as I'm meditating and doing yoga, a little yoga routine, would be helpful. As I'm doing this yoga routine, he's sharing this story about his own second ascension and what that was like. And that he says to me, I have committed myself to healing our mother. Will you join me? in a partnership to help heal our mother. And I buried my hands in the sand and I committed my life to doing that. And so that is what I'm attempting the best way I know how to do. And he went on to share with me, Grant, that he was one of the early ones to ascend. But there's a whole flood of souls that have gone through this process and are going through and have gone through the ascension, the second ascension, and are residing in the earth, ready to come out. And they want to commune with us to help us in this unity, in this, communion unity, to solve these problems that are ailing our earth and each other. So I feel like a bit of an evangelist, saying this, but it's true that I feel that I'm on a mission from the higher realms to share my story in the hopes that other people might open up to this concept that we are much more than our bodies, our physical bodies, and that we have a responsibility to our earth to take care of her. And we've neglected that. It's like we're young adolescent children that are not willing to step up and take responsibility for our actions. And we need to do that. And we need to do that with common sense. This is not rocket science. This is just simply treating each other with kindness. And that's the secret here.
Beautifully said. Beautifully said. Let's end part one here. You name your book and when is it coming out?
Well, right now the title of the book is 13 Days with Tezjbar. The subtitle initially was A Cautionary Tale of Encountering a Celestial Being. I don't know if I'm really happy with that. I think it's a little too negative because my experience, I would change not a thing what happened to me. And I went through some really traumatic things. I was institutionalized by my family and my doctors because they thought I was bipolar and I was having a psychotic episode. And I was just being very naive. I was honest with them what I was going through. It was when I returned to Michigan. So, but at the end of it, I wouldn't change a thing. And I really do believe that I'm doing the right thing here. And what I'm sharing is beautiful and it's optimistic. And we have a bright future ahead of us. We just have to take it.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your experience, but I think that's pretty common. We have one of the books that we helped someone publish, The Woman's Not Allowed to See Her Grandkids. Chris Bledsoe, you probably know, was institutionalized. It's a hard swallow for a lot of people. And it would be the same with you, that you were in the situation if somebody had come and told you back in, say, 2005, you would have been there. It's the experience that changes you. That we have to have sort of empathy for the people who really don't get it. So,
of course. Yeah, I don't blame my family at all what they did. I think they were acting in what they thought was my best interest. And so, there's no issue there, no hard feelings whatsoever.
Have you communed with Tezjbar about the book? Has he given you a title? Because usually, a lot of times, I just made a joke about it on Facebook the other day. I mean, I had just 2 days ago. I mean, basically, I was told the new book I'm doing is called The Super Bowl, and then I was putting it out to some associates, and I was getting it ready, and this came in my head, and they said, "Of course, it's called The Super Bowl. What the hell else would you call it?" And it was like, it just basically came into my head. They were telling me, "Yeah, that's what the book's going to be called." And so, did you ever ask Tezjbar about? Because sometimes they'll give you the name of the book, what they want it called. Because it's same with if you know the story about communion, the book. You know the story about communion with
I do
with Whitley, where his wife is channeling in the middle of the night. He was going to call it Body Pain, And
Right.
then his wife says, no, we won't call it body pain. We shall call it communion, because that's what it is. And that's where the title comes from.
I haven't thought to do that. Thank you for bringing that up, because I'm not happy with the subtitle. I'm very happy with 13 Days with Tezjbar. That's perfect. But the subtitle I've got to think about.
Beautiful. So let's do a quick part 2 here, because I want you to go through some of the stuff that you're doing on your mission. Spend a couple minutes talking about the
Harmonic convergence.
Harmonic convergence that you did in July. And then let's get to the radios, because this is something new that I want to do one, and we may do another one to get more into it, because you've got some videos that we can maybe share in another one. But I want to basically go over the harmonic convergence, why you did that, and then how did you get wrapped into this radio thing, which I'm telling you is impressive. I've seen a lot of stuff. I've been in this 46 years. And it is one of the wildest things I've ever seen in terms of possibly convincing people that this is for real.
Yeah. So, well, back in 2012, I returned back to Michigan. After about 2 or 3 days, I shared with my wife that I had a face-to-face contact with an extraterrestrial back in Borrego Springs. I did not tell her about the communion and the merging or anything. I knew that was going to be really tough for her to believe. And I thought I could maybe broach the subject by saying, hey, there's this thing I have to tell you. When I told her that I had this face-to-face contact experience, she completely freaked out and insisted that I see a doctor, that I had been acting strangely since my return. And I was still in this state of communion, and I wasn't sleeping very much. And I was isolating myself in my office and continuing to talk to Tezjbar and learn many of the things I shared with your viewers. And so when she insisted that I see a doctor, I agreed. And a few days later, I ended up going to the University of Michigan Hospital. I went through a barrage of physical exams, and then the afternoon I spent with some psychiatrists who at the end of the day institutionalized me and voluntarily committed me.
Wow.
And I spent 20 days in the University of Michigan psych ward, diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and effectively being forced to take olanzapine and lithium for an bipolar disorder diagnosis I didn't believe I had. But it made logical sense why they would believe that. So I was released on December 20th or December 16th, 2012. I then ended up having, because of my transition and my complete flip of my worldview in terms of, the afterlife and reincarnation, I wanted to explore that, and my wife was very uncomfortable with me even meditating. She made me promise not to meditate, and I told her I wasn't going to meditate. Well, I wanted to pursue this, and for lots of reasons, I decided to file for divorce. That was in the summer of 2013, and then I went on to begin meditating again, and I was having these incredibly beautiful meditative experiences with what I called light shows in my third eye. I was getting these downloads, and I was communicating with Tezjbar. I was reunited, and when it first happened, right after I moved out of my house, after separating, it was very emotional for me because I felt it was a reunion of sorts. I really missed that experience of the 13 days that I'd had previously. So I began a very strict meditative practice, and I was eating primarily vegetarian food. This was something that was encouraged by Tezjbar. And I was getting, during my meditations, more information. And eventually that led to a experience in 2015 in which I was meditating one morning, and I had a full-blown vision. I mean, this vision was so vivid that it was like watching a movie on my eyelids. I mean, that was really something. The first time that happens is really wild. And the vision starts with, I'm flying through the sky. I'm above the cloud deck. There's a thick deck of clouds below me. I can see the sun that on the horizon, it looks like it's setting or rising. And then I descend through the clouds, and when I pop out, there's a desert scene below me. And there is in the distance a gathering of people with lots of campers and tents and teepees. And I go to, to this location, and what I see there are a bunch of people gathered around the stage. And on the stage are 3 screens, big jumbotrons that have different images on each of the screens. One of the screens, for instance, has what appears to be maybe the forbidden city of China, with a bunch of people sitting in front of the screen. There's another scene next to that of the Eiffel Tower. So immediately it's Paris. And in the foreground are all these people seated in the lotus seating position, meditating, with their backs, but they're looking at the Eiffel Tower, or maybe they were looking towards the screen. So it was clear that they had the Eiffel Tower in the background and they were facing the camera, and that camera was projecting the image from Paris on one of the screens. And then the third screen had some other location that was unfamiliar to me, with another group of people in the foreground who were meditating. And as I'm watching this, a date appears in my vision, just like, some fancy text popping up on the screen on a PowerPoint presentation. And it's July 5th, 2020. And that dissolves and a new date pops up, July 14th, 2020. And that date dissolves, and then the scene goes away. And I continue meditating when the vision ends. And what I get is that this is a 10-day event that I am going to be organizing, that is for the purpose of having a world meditation for peace, for peace and unity. So 8 days later, I'm in California at a festival at what's called Lightning in a Bottle. And on the last day of the festival, I had been up late, and the festival was over the next Monday, and I didn't get a lot of sleep that night, but I got up and I have this daily practice. So I began meditating again 8 days later from the first vision, and I have the exact same vision, exactly. So in the meditation, at the end of the vision, I get a very clear message. I am being given a mandate to organize this event, and that it's a global meditation that's going to go over a 10-day period from the 5th of July to the 14th of July. And so I get the message clear, and I began doing some internet research. I've started 2 businesses, or 3 businesses by this time. I had a third business that I started back in Michigan called Vortrex, which is a renewable energy company. This was my attempt to, fulfill my vow of making the world a better place. I knew that we needed to get off fossil fuels and clean up our act ecologically. And I felt if I could help accelerate the adoption of solar and wind or renewable energy products, that could be one way I could help. So I had started a third company by this time, but this new project of starting or organizing a global event to meditate together for world peace, I had no idea how to do it, or if it had even been done before. So I did a Google on global meditation, and I discovered that the very first time that an attempt was made to synchronize a global meditation for any purpose, but the original purpose was to promote world peace and unity, was the harmonic convergence in 1987, or was it 86? It was August 16th and 17th, I believe, of 1987. And it was organized by a man, Jose Arguelles, who, like myself, had a vision while he was at the pyramid outside Mexico City. I always forget how to pronounce that. Teotihuacan.
Okay, yeah,
He was there as a young boy. He was 14 years old and had just ascended the steps to the very top of the pyramid, and he had a vision come to him. And that vision was to organize this harmonic convergence event. And so I was mesmerized when I discovered this, because the whole origin story had so many connections with my own personal experience. And I also learned that coincided with a major alignment of the planets. So on a whim, I decided to get this program called Stellarium, which is a public domain free planetarium program for your PC. And I put in the date and I looked, and lo and behold, the planets line up like incredibly well on this period from July 5th to July 14th in 2020. So this is another synchronicity and confirmation to me that I'm not just crazy. This is really a divine request of me to organize this thing. So this was again in early 2015, and I have 5 years to kind of get my act together, to put a plan together and try to figure out how am I going to pull this off, and which I end up doing. There were times throughout that 5-year period when I kind of stepped back and this is just too crazy. It's too much for my family. I'm putting myself out there too much. But luckily and thankfully, I overcame that apprehension and had the courage to do it. And I've received so many letters from people, emails, personal calls over the year since the summer that the harmonic convergence really changed some people, really helped some people. I know of at least one case in which a marriage they're not married yet, but they're going to be married. A couple came together because of the harmonic convergence. They didn't know each other. And that was a really beautiful story. But many people have told me that it changed their life in a positive way. And so I'm very proud of that. And, but I'm not done. There are other things that I've done in an attempt to.
Let me just interrupt you just for a second. Our producer, Desta, joined you. She's quietly in the background, but she was with you during the harmonic convergence. She was.
Oh, wonderful.
So even people that haven't talked to you, we're doing it. So it's wonderful.
Yeah, we had over 200,000 people register for the harmonic convergence.
Wow.
And I think we have had over 1.5 million people watch the videos that are posted for each of the 10 days.
Wow.
And by the way, I wanted to share this story. This is a story I've not shared with very many people, and I certainly haven't spoken publicly, so you kind of have a scoop here. But in 2017, I was contacted by a friend who was from Milan, from Italy. And he had just, he lives now in LA, and he and I had met and had been friends for a little while. We went back to Italy, to Milan over Christmas in 2016, and was visiting an old friend of his, and shared with that person my picture and my story about my communion experience with Tezjbar. And this was a woman friend of his who said, "You have to introduce me to this guy. I need to meet him." So over the course of the next few months, my friend said, "Hey, I have this friend back in Italy who really would love to meet you. And she says it's very important." So he set up, I agreed to, speak with her. And she explained to me that she would like to meet me face to face, and that she was a very successful and sought after astrologer. And she, in fact, was an advisor to some very important people in Europe and the Middle East. And at first I didn't know what to make of it. And, you know, I had by that time, though, had read enough about astrology, and with Tezjbar's encouragement, I had studied astrology just, you know, a little bit, and believed there was something to it. Here you have the planets aligning during the harmonic convergence of 1987 and 2020. So there must be something to this at the very least. And so I was open-minded about it. But in any event, she just said, you can be my guest. You can stay with me and my family. I never allow any of my clients to stay with me and my family. I live in Italy, and I would like you to stay with me. And, you know, I want to share my story with you and ask you more about your story, because we have a connection that I want to tell you about, but I will only tell you about it if you come to Italy. So this was in early 2017, and she was very busy. She has a very busy schedule. She travels all over the world, especially, you know, the Middle East and Europe. And she had just a few slots in her schedule over the summer in which I could spend time with her in Italy. So she gave me 3 dates. And one of those slots was from July 5th, 2017 to July 14th. So I picked that. Obviously, she had no clue about this vision I had about the dates and the significance of it. So I decided that was a type of confirmation in synchronicity. And so I took it as a good sign. I made my arrangements. I flew to Italy. Her husband picked me up from the airport and took me to their home. And we had a cordial, you know, introduction and meeting the first day when I arrived. And then the next day, which was the morning of July 6th, she begins to tell her story of why I'm there. And the story is that when she was a young girl, her father sent her to India to begin training as a healer. And so she was sent on a boat, was received by somebody in India. She was taken to an ashram, and she began as a young girl, I think of about 14 or 15 years old, if I recall correctly, being taught these different healing modalities. And one of the spiritual practices that she was engaged in or being taught was something that she did every month at the beginning of the month, in which she would meditate. There was a special meditative practice she would begin, and these names would come to her, and she would write them down. And at the end of her meditation, she would then open her eyes and begin striking out certain names on the list. And the names that were not stricken out were names of people that she would encounter in that month. And she was told to offer her services to those people when she met them. And this became a lifelong practice of hers. And in fact, this, you know, was something she continued to do into, you know, her later years. And in fact, she was born in the same year I was born. I'm 57. I was born in 1963, and we learned together that she was born the same year and around the same time I was born. So what she explained to me after telling me this method that was taught her as a young girl is that the first time she wrote her list of names, there was a name on that list that she continued every month to write and then strike out. And that name was Mark Sims. So she had been doing this her entire life. And she had she knew nothing about me. She did not know why she needed to meet me. But when we got together and she shared the story with me, we both believed there was something very significant. Then I told her about the significance of the dates, July 5th to July 14th, and that was a synchronicity. So we began working together over that 10-day period, trying to solve this mystery. And we solved it. And what we discovered is it had a lot to do with the astrological significance of the dates July 4th or July 5th to the 14th of 2020. So, and I'm not going to get into all the detail, but it was then that I came back from Italy that I knew I had to do this. I had a mandate that I felt obligated to fulfill, and that it was of a divine, positive purpose.
Fascinating. Now let's get to the radios, and the next one I want to do maybe in next week or something is start to go through.
We are concerned not merely with the technical problem of securing and maintaining peace, but also with the important task of education and enlightenment.
Fascinating. Now let's get to the radios, and the next one I want to do maybe in next week or something is start to go through. I think you've had some of these groups, Zoom meetings where people all have their radios, but let's get into the radio thing. So for the people who don't know what we're going to be talking about here, describe how you got involved with this and what basically we're talking. It's called a CE5. You set up a new website for this, and this is your latest project to bring to the world. So go through the C's, or C6.
Yeah, CE6. We're giving this its own designation, but it's radio initiating contact using radios as a modality for contact falls under the category of CE5 because it's just another modality for initiating contact. What we're attempting to do is use this as as a very powerful mode of contact to initiate a synchronized global contact initiative, and so that we can around the world get together at predetermined times, and with our radios, and while in meditation we attempt to make contact with our star family, with the higher dimensional beings, as well as any extra dimensional beings or extraterrestrial beings from other star systems, to show themselves in unison. We just need to give them the permission slip, because I believe, and I've been told this, that the reason they are so aloof is because we're not ready. Psychologically, we're not ready for the reality that we are not alone. And not only are we not alone in the universe, they are right here, and that they've been here since the dawn of man and earlier, and that they've had a hand in our creation. And that's a big pill to swallow. That's a very difficult reality to accept for many people, especially those with a strong religious identity. So I see my role here in part as greasing the skids, preparing my human family, of which I'm a member, to this new reality. Because once we lift this veil, it changes everything. We're going to be forced to recalibrate our worldview. And I see that as necessary and as an answer to this question about our own existential threat to ourselves. I think that our threat to ourselves is in part, and largely in part, to this glass or this box we've created of reality that we live in, that we are the only living beings in the universe, and that we are at the apex of intelligence in the universe, which is completely wrong. And we need to this recalibration, and to take a bit of to be humbled a bit about the fact that we are babes in the woods.
Okay, so you get together with this Jimmy guy. Give me his role in developing this technology you guys have.
So I began. I joined one of the very first CE5 Facebook groups. This was back in 2013. One of the people who was at the Borrego Springs retreat with me was a man named Peter Chan. Great guy. He lives in.
Oh yeah, I know Peter. Yeah.
Peter is a brother. I love him, and we stayed in contact. And he, like me, he was changed forever by the experience. He saw the same ship that I'd seen that night, and he took the initiative to create what I believe is the very first CE5 Facebook group. And so I joined that group, and then others started popping up over the following months, and I joined them, and that's how I met Jimmy Blanchett. He was beginning to become somebody of note on these Facebook groups because he was beginning to post videos of ships he was filming at night. And right not long after he began filming these ships and posting them on Facebook, I came out to announce that I was going to organize the harmonic convergence in 2020. And this was about 2016. Jimmy, being a skeptic, because let's face it, there are some people that you might not want to believe. And I was making a big claim that the ETs were asking me to organize this harmonic convergence event. And so he had been in long time communication with ETs using a special radio antenna and technique that I'll share in a moment. But anyway, he then challenged my claim by asking the ETs to either confirm or not my claim. And he got a confirmation. He made a specific message. He broadcasted on the radio asking for a sign of confirmation about my claim. And they gave him the confirmation he requested. And he then came on Facebook and said, Mark is telling the truth. And he was very excited in his post. He says, this guy is telling the truth. I know he's telling the truth. And so that for me was, meaningful, and I appreciated his, courage and boldness to come out so strongly. And so that struck up a friendship. And I reached out to him, and we started conversing initially on Facebook, and then through Messenger, and then through email. And then I ended up moving to Ojai, California in 2017, and this was only 20 miles from where Jimmy lived. I didn't know that at the time. I knew he lived in Southern California, but I was not real familiar with Southern California, and I'd forgotten he lived in Ventura. But when I moved here, I told him I had moved to California, and then we discovered we lived very close to each other. So we started doing CE5s together in Rose Valley, and we went to Joshua Tree together, and we've become very good friends. And through our friendship and working together, I discovered that he had been a ham radio operator, a licensed operator since a very young age. And so he knew about radio technology. He was an engineer. He had built many radio antennas for attempting to strengthen and create, extending the distance of his two-way communications with other ham radio operators over the years. And he ended up developing something in 2016 that he built in his backyard called the TARP. It stands for Triangular Array Rotatable Polarity Antenna. And it's specifically designed for moon-bounce communications. It's this kind of very specialized elite way of communicating with other ham operators around the world by pointing an antenna like a laser that beams radio waves at the moon, uses the moon as a passive reflector, and you can receive the transmission if you are on the right frequency with the right equipment, and you can establish two-way communication this way. So he began doing this in 2016, talking to other people around the world, and it occurred to him that, you know, there's probably life elsewhere in the universe, and I'd like to try to send a message to ETs if they're out there. With this tool I have, I could really, you know, maybe be heard. So he began creating these special messages, initially with binary code, encoded messages, and broadcasting them with his antenna. And lo and behold, he got an answer. And initially on handheld radios. And then they began appearing over his house, and he was filming them. And he's got dozens, if not hundreds, of videos. I've seen them. They're really remarkable. And so he began refining this technique to make it easier and much less expensive for anybody to use. He realized with you know, a small handheld radio with enough wattage, you could still, you know, broadcast to the moon. And so he began some tests, and I think he again oiled or primed the technique by initiating contact with his TARP radio, asking the ETs to communicate with the handheld radios, and then that began working. And then he began sharing that with me and some other people in the CE5 community around the world on a, you know, on a promise to keep it quiet, because he was just trying to test and confirm this and validate this method. And we were all getting the same results. So that's how we got into it. And, you know, by August or September, I was heavily involved in doing these experiments and filming them and trying to think of new experiments to further investigate this phenomenon. And what I came to the conclusion is in my opinion, there is no doubt that we are talking to some non-human intelligence through these radios. And I have a theory now of how it's working. And in a nutshell, when you're sending a radio signal on a you know, radio, what we perceive as a three-dimensional radio wave propagating throughout the universe, that is actually also propagating in the higher dimensions. We just can't perceive those higher dimensions. But these higher dimensions are of a electromagnetic phenomenon. And this is confirmed by Wilbert Brookhouse Smith in his book, The New Science. He had a relationship with an ET named Appa, who, like me, was given knowledge of a scientific nature that he ended up writing a book about called The New Science. It was printed. It was printed, I believe, by his son, even though it was not finished, because I believe Wilbert Brookhouse Smith died in 1962 before he finished the book, but his son James did end up printing the book. But I came across the book because I was investigating people who had contact experiences, who were given knowledge that was otherwise unknown to them. And Wilbert is one of those people. And in the book, he talks about the 12 parameters of reality. And there are direct correlations between my chart that I just showed earlier and the 12 parameters outlined in the book, The New Science. And one of the surprising correlations is that what I describe as the astral realm, the dimensions, you know, the dimensions, well, I didn't explain this to your viewers yet, but we'll get back to this. But in the higher realms, it is very clear that it, you know, when the physical body dies, what the astral body is an energetic body. Think of it as energy. And energy survives in electromagnetic media. And that is, at least in part, what these higher dimensions are, that they are a field in which energy can continue to exist, or there's a word I'm looking for, persist, until a new host, a new physical host can take on that soul or that body, that astral body, to be reborn. So that, in my opinion, is the science. And these radios are penetrating the veil between the 3 or 4 dimensional realm, which is space-time, and these higher dimensional realms, which Tezjbar described as the astral and celestial. So it gives us a hotline. This is the red phone to the higher realms. And if we know how to communicate effectively, that, and Jimmy's way of doing it is so brilliant, because what he has done is taken an image, a 2-dimensional image with a message. And this could be any 2-dimensional image that you do with PowerPoint or with Paint Shop Pro or anything, and turn it into a sound file that then gets broadcast in radio waves. And the way that's perceived in the higher realms is as an image. The sound to us, it's a sound, but because in the higher realms they don't have physical eyes, they have astral eyes, and they see everything as energy. They see everything as frequency. And so when we project or broadcast these sound files that have encoded in them images, they see it. They literally see the image. And so that's how this, I believe, is working. This is the science behind the method. And it works. And it's repeatable. It's consistent. And I think it could be the thing that goes viral, that can really take off and awaken the world. And so, yeah, you're muted, Grant.
Yeah, my Facebook kept dinging. Have you got a video that we can play while we're talking about this, and I can ask you some questions?
Yeah. There was a video I just did a few days ago with a good friend of mine who's actually a PhD in education, science education. And he's been a friend of mine for a long time, and I've shared with him the radio experiments that I've been recording. And he finally came over to my house and agreed to be a part of one of my radio experiments. So I did this last week, and why don't I share that? Is that a good one to do?
Yeah, we start about at that one about 25 minutes in, because that's when you send the signal when you go for the bike ride.
Right.
Because
So
we're into 2.25 hours. So let's put that one. This is the one with the bags, and that's an important point that you're making. Is you do the whole thing where in the one video you put it in a microwave oven, which is a Faraday cage, which means it's not coming from down the street. And in this one, you're using Faraday bags, right? So let's do that one, and we can talk while the video is playing.
Okay, very good. Let me pull this up.
And we're using these little small radios that you can purchase for what, $35 or $40 in the United States?
So let me share the screen.
Yep.
And what I'm going to do is just show everyone what radios I'm using. These are the ones that we've tested so far. Can everybody see this slide?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So there are 4 different models. The 3 on the left are made by the same manufacturer, but they're different power outputs and different price points. So you have on the far left, the very high end, the Baofeng BF F8 HP, which is about an $80 radio. It has a power output of 8 watts. And just until about a month ago, it was the only 8-watt radio you could buy. They have now just come out with the red model that you see there. It's a lot less expensive. It's half the cost. They're sold out right now. And it's almost exactly the same as the left or black model, except it has a smaller frequency range. You can see in the frequency range, it goes from 400 to 480 hertz, while the F8 HP goes to up to 520. For our purposes, there's no reason we need to go above 480 hertz. So I recommend that everybody get this if they can get it. They're sold out right now. But the next model is the UV-5R Plus. It's a 5-watt model. It has the same frequency range as the S9, and it's a little bit less. And then if you're in Canada, like you are, Grant, you can't get these Bayo things. They're illegal because they are broadcast. They're technically, you're supposed to have a license to be able to use these if you're using them outside of a very specific small frequency range that this Motorola is limited to. So the Motorola on the right is the T100. It's actually, it's not 2 watts, it's a half a watt. It may be like a quarter of a watt. It's and it only broadcasts in what's called the family radio service range between 462 and 467 megahertz. And that's reserved for commercial, or rather residential or private use. You don't need a license, operator's license to operate the radios. These are standard walkie-talkies that kids use or families use. While the Bayo things are, really like a ham operator's handheld radio. You can literally talk on the ham radio frequencies with these radios, and for that reason they're illegal in Canada, and but they're still available in the US.
Now, if you're going to do Zoom broadcasts, everybody has to be on the same channel. Will the Canadians be on the same channel as everybody else in the world if they're using the Motorola?
Well, if they're using the Motorola, you have 22 different channels that you can select from, and here they are. I'll put this slide up. So on the right, you have a table that shows you the different family radio service frequencies and the corresponding channel number that goes with it. And so you see the 22 channels here. You have the frequency specified for each one of those 22 channels in the next column. The third column shows you what the legal wattage maximum is for broadcasting on that frequency. And then if you have a GMRS license, which you just have to pay a small fee and apply for with the FCC. And I have one. I have a GMRS license. I can broadcast on these channels up to the wattages listed in the far right column. And so, so what, basically what you can see is that you're limited on the Motorola radio to its maximum wattage output for each one of these channels. And it operates on 3 AAA batteries, which, is going to give you less than a watt of power output. And it's going to limit you. It's going to actually reduce the power if you go, like, for instance, from channel 7 to channel 9. The radio will configure itself so it will only output the signal at the maximum wattage allowed. So you stay legal.
Okay.
Okay, so so that's the radios. And now what I'll do is show you this video. Let me bring this up now. So this is my friend Marcus Erickson. Marcus, as I mentioned, is a so I'll start the beginning of this. It's self-explanatory, and then I'll jump to the tweet. Hello, I'm Mark Sims. This is my good friend Marcus Erickson. Marcus is here with me today to help do an experiment with the radios. It is currently 2:08. It is February 11th, now 2:09, February 11th, 2021. And we are doing an experiment in which we will be choosing one of these radios to broadcast a message on. And then once we get a reply, we're going to take the radio, one of the radios that is getting a consistent, strong signal in reply. We're going to be putting it into these Faraday cages, these thick mylar bags, to attempt to block any radio waves that are being received by the radio, to show what we believe that these radios are being manipulated or interacted with in a non-traditional way. So what that way is, we're not sure, but we want to rule out radio communications, because our observation is that when the radio receives a transmission, it's just one radio, where you have all these radios on the same frequency. They should all be receiving.
There should be all of them.
Yeah, all of them should be receiving the transmission simultaneously, but that's not been our experience. Okay, these radios are so that's the introduction. Now I'm going to jump to a part of the broadcast where we broadcast the message. So that's here. Okay, now will you help me turn up the volume on the radios? Okay, so I'm going to pause it here just so that you can see the message that we encoded into the audio file and broadcast on that radio F. So this is just something that Jimmy and I came up with together, and this we began broadcasting on July 1st, 2020, in anticipation of the harmonic convergence. And this has been the primary message that we've been broadcasting in these tests since we began filming our experiments. So I'm going to now jump. So we got a reply. We got our first reply, possibly others too. All right. Oh, we just got a chirp. Which one was that? Oh, it was F. That was F.
That was fast.
Yeah.
That was fast.
That's
just that one only.
Just that one.
No others chirped.
No, just that one.
We'll see what happens in an hour.
So what you missed is that we're going to go for a bike ride, and but because Radio F was so active right away after broadcasting the message, we decided to come back to the table and just observe the radio a little bit. So on the right, you can see that I've blown up Radio F so you can actually see the LED, the green LED will blink anytime it receives a message or transmission. And there's another transmission. And it gets more active here in a moment. And that is F. Well, it didn't take long. Here, we're getting ready to go for a bike ride. It's F. Come here, Marcus. So it didn't take, oh, Marcus, did you hear that?
Yeah, that was the same one?
Yeah.
Just that one.
Just the one you chose. So again, Marcus, just tell us a little bit about yourself. What's your formal training and profession?
So I'm an environmental scientist, and I take a scientific perspective to sort of all things. I see science as a great way of getting knowledge, a self-correcting way of using evidence and critical thinking. It's open-minded, it's skeptical, but pragmatic. When the evidence is there, be open to change your mind. It's how science works. That's an anomaly. And they should all be going off. I mean, that's
Right.
what the science tells me.
Right.
So yes, I come at this from a scientific perspective, looking for evidence, to think critically. If the evidence is solid, then the pragmatism sets in to change your mind and accept the data as it is.
Right.
So this is a good experiment. And that's
that-
not consistent with my knowledge.
It's F. F is the one
That's
you
the one.
chose. And that should be the one that's talking. That is the one that's talking, actually, the one.
Now,
that's-
is their position relative to each other important? I mean, could I isolate this one
Sure.
more
Move,
to
you
see?
should, let's try. Let's move them
So I'm
away.
not sure exactly if it's,
That's F.
that's the one I picked.
So I'm going to pause it here and fast forward. So the main experiment we're running here is to get an active radio after establishing contact with it into the Mylar bags to prove that there's no way that the radio is receiving signals through traditional methods, through radio waves. So I'm going to swap, I'm going to go, let's see. Okay, right here. So we just returned from just got back from a bike ride, and we can hear we've got some radios seeming to be going off. We've got, this is E and F are very active.
So just these two?
So far.
And again, the others, same frequency,
Yeah,
are doing nothing right now,
right.
at the moment.
That's right. Let's
Well.
try taking off. This guy seems pretty energetic. Let's take off. Yeah, there we go. So,
This one on?
yeah, go ahead and leave that one. We're going to put this in a Faraday bag. So here we go. One Faraday bag. All right. It's still going off. Let's do another Faraday bag. Two Faraday bags. Let's do 3, shall we? Here, you hold
All
that.
right.
This is actually quite helpful.
Now these bags are Faraday bag designed to create a barrier between any incoming, outgoing signals.
That's right. Any radiation, radio waves, especially radio waves in the ultra and very high frequency range. Okay, so this will be the 4th bag, right? It's interesting how, is this one, yeah, it's been
Yeah, I
quiet the
didn't do
whole
anything.
time.
I just looked at it.
It
and
was
it's,
going off.
It's quiet.
So this is 4 bags, right?
Yes. I mean, these Faraday bags, I mean, one should do the trick. Or they just,
Well, actually, it took 7 to completely isolate from one radio to the other transmitting. So that's, how many is that? That's 5.
Put some air in here and release the air.
All right. Hey, Bingo. My dog Bingo's over here helping us with the experiment.
Hey, Bingo. All right, that's 5.
Okay, this is 6. You can still hear it. It's going. That's with no antenna. And that's how many bags? 6?
That's 6.
6 bags, and this is number 7. And it's still going. That, my friends, is compelling evidence. That is really compelling. You can hear it. It's still.
That was me.
Oh, it's still going off. You can hear it. Let's get these radios out of the way. And Marcus can attest, it's in there with 7 bags. Oh, that's sealed.
7 Faraday bags, and the radio is still chirping away.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we can prove that this radio is not receiving radio waves. It's being interacted with in some mysterious way yet to be determined. And we'll have to figure out other experiments to...
There's something else going on.
Yeah, figure out what's going on here. All right.
Really cool, Mark.
Yeah, that's
Really
pretty
amazing
special.
stuff.
And just to prove here, let's try to broadcast. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that's probably one of these guys. Let's turn these guys off. And that's.
All right.
Let's see, are they all turned off?
And the original signal, the broadcast was on this one. You want that one off as well?
Yeah, let's turn them all off.
Okay, off, off.
Okay, we can see. Well, okay, I'm holding the transmit button down. No feedback. And I've let go, so you can see there's no, I'm not pushing the transmit button. Here I go again. I'm holding it down now, releasing it, holding it down. You can see the red LED that comes on when there's transmission going on. So there's nothing being received on this radio. I'm not getting feedback, you know, which is what I should be getting if I was transmitting and this radio was receiving. And if we take out, now if we take this out, we've got 6 bags. Now I could actually get this to feed back with 6. There we go. There you can hear that. So this is a 8-watt radio, and because I'm right next to it, it will go through the Faraday bag, but with 7, it does not. All right. I think we can conclude that this test was, and you can try this at home too. I'll post in the comments all the materials that were used to conduct this experiment. We welcome you to share with us any of your videos trying to recreate the conditions and the results of our experiment, and we'll post them on our website. All right. Have a good day. All right.
Beautiful.
And I'm going to put in the chat the link to that video so anybody can watch it.
Okay, we'll post that. Couple last questions, and then maybe we can do a follow-up next week after when you've done some of these new experiments. You and I can sort of sit down maybe once a week or every 2 weeks and go through the development here. You had the one video where you actually had, I think it was Jimmy got the one signal off the radio and slowed it down and put it back through, and you got a message. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, let's play that video. So like you said, Grant, there was we've done these experiments many times. We've recorded the transmissions, but very little time has been spent trying to discover if there's some encoded message in these messages. And the reason for that is just because it takes a lot of time, and we want to automate the process of analyzing all the audio files to see if there are certain patterns or certain encoded messages. And we feel that the best way to do that in the most efficient way would be with automated software, pattern recognition software, and so forth. So we want to do that, and we will do that. We're hoping maybe to recruit some people to help us do that. So let me go to my documents here and find the video. Here we go. I think this is it. Nope, that's not it. Give me just a second here because I've done some rearranging of my videos. Here it is. I got it ready now.
Just play the part, because we're going a little long, but just play the part where we put the signal back. And then I got one more question for you.
All right, so you can see this, correct?
Yep.
And I'm going to play, and this is put together by Jimmy. This is his own.
So this is their signal to you.
Excellent. You can see there are other radios right next. There's a radio that's but there's couple of transmissions that they're getting. So now he's showing the spectrogram, and what we notice is there's these very strong frequencies. The way these spectrograms work is they plot a color for intensity at the frequencies, and that's where we can decode, so to speak, the message. I'm going to just go back to this real quick and pause it. So these are the frequencies on the left: 1242, 783, 648, that were found in that message. And if you compute the digital root of all these numbers, you get the number 9. There were 2 cases here with 552 and 462 that reduced to 3, but we felt this was very significant, so to speak. And one of the key frequencies was 369. And if you know anything about vortex-based mathematics and Nikola Tesla, these are very specific and important numbers in the math. So that's all I want to show you. That's all. And the last thing I'll say about it is that Jimmy has created his own synthetic version of what he calls the 8 tones. And we've also experimented by broadcasting the 8 tones. And that's been very successful. It's another, sure way of initiating contact, either broadcasting the CE6 message or the 8 tones. You're muted, Grant.
Sorry. Okay, last question, then we'll shut it down. You're doing experiments now, and we will do a presentation maybe next week to go over what you're doing. So mention your website and where people can sort of get involved if they want to get in on these experiments that you're doing and watch the videos you've done.
So there's my personal website, marksims.com. It's marksims.com, and you can go there to learn more about my background, about the book I'm writing, which is going to be coming out relatively soon. And I also have a little bit on there about the CE6, the goals of the CE6, this Global Initiated Contact Initiative. And then there's a new website that's coming up. In fact, I have a meeting tomorrow with my webmaster, and he and I are going to get more content up on the site, and that is ce6.world. Again, that's ce6.world. And there's a link on the menu there for meditations, CE6 meditations. And if you click on that link, you can actually play the CE6 recording and broadcast that on a radio. So you can either, download the file, the audio file, and then play it from your cell phone on and broadcast it on the radio, or you could play it right from your computer.
Beautiful. I'm honored to know you, and I hope I can stay in touch with you and get involved with you in this project. I just find this absolutely fascinating, and I think this may be something that'll really move this field along, and people will get involved. I know a lot of people don't know what it is yet, but whatever I can do to help you, I will do to get the message out. I really am honored to have met you and to be involved with you, and thank you for all the work you've done. Sometimes it's not easy. It's a valuable road, but sometimes it's not an easy road, and I appreciate that you put yourself out there and done it.
Well, Grant, you really touch my heart when you say that, because I've been following you for years. I'm a huge fan, and I knew one day I'd reach out to you and we'd meet and I could tell you what my story was about. I'm really honored as well to be on your program and sharing my story and getting other people engaged, because that's what we need. We need something that engages people and draws them in. And I think this radio contact modality is just the tool, because it's something you can observe objectively and see the cause-effect relationship between broadcasting the message and receiving a response, and that it seems to be breaking the rules of science as we know them. So it's a great way to get people engaged, and that's what needs to happen. This is a grassroots movement. Disclosure is always and was always meant to be a people's movement, not a top-down government disclosure thing. That's why it's never been the right thing. This is our movement, and it's a personal thing, and this is how it begins.
Beautiful. We'll put it up in 2 segments. We'll cut it in half, put it in 2 segments, and we will link all the websites and the videos in there. And once again, thank you for sharing this with me, and hopefully we can do it again next week or the week after.
All right. I'm looking forward to it. Okay. Bye-bye.
Namaste.
Namaste.